asking me, he said,
We just talking about him, was you?
I said, Dad, I don't know where he's alive or not. We might have put the curse on him.
Saturday night, he called me up, he said, he died about, my dad told me, but died about 15 minutes prior to him calling me. At stage 4 cancer.
How's everything going?
Busy. Goodness.
Full
Good things or?
wild life. He's definitely
Oh, it's good,
wild
yeah.
life, man, so.
Some good, some bad, you know.
What's her name?
Some good, some bad.
I understand.
It's all good.
He was younger than my dad.
No, it isn't. Somehow it's really.
My dad's got issues now.
Yeah,
He just got cervical cancer.
We'll get through this.
Mom passed
I
away
can't wait
last
for these
year,
meetings
so
to be over.
Everybody around him's,
Yeah.
you know how it is.
What's up, dude?
That's the way crap like that happens.
That age, that's what happened.
That guy's actually been.
Yes, it is.
Well, the errors, okay,
Yeah, more
right.
than
Oh, are they, okay,
I mean, I'm just
headline.
not really responding.
Supposed to went through all this stuff
Now
already.
you're the original one.
I already did.
Went through it the other night.
2 or 3 times.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Got my answer.
Yeah, somebody.
You guys, what I was gonna do.
so I
You wanna forgive it? You wanna know that this is.
Oh, yeah. Do what you want.
No, I
did know.
I just had to jump around.
Surprised if
If it ever comes to that,
comes to it again. I mean, how long now will it set again?
like it did, like the other parts did. I understand, and that's the reason I asked you about that.
We're gonna get sued. It ain't gonna be just for one person.
Because I asked you what happened to the other person.
You're right.
yeah, that's what I
It's been what, 6, 8 months?
So I called him on.
You know my
Yeah.
answer, you know
And,
So
talked to him
Tim's
a little
got
bit.
child care, just like I
forgive
came
him.
from.
He
Okay,
wanted,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
whatever we get at it, I kinda like Tony's answer, like,
What's
hey,
going on our end, and he said that you haven't been able to.
got the mediator make that decision, and
But I
whatever
don't
we
see
get,
it
we get,
mandated.
if we don't, let's get out of it. Even if we get whatever, half of it, less than half,
Stand with that one.
yeah. We're already gonna have him in here anyway, right? We've already got him here.
I found a little coming out.
Now, are we ever gonna take blame for what we did?
We need to.
How do we do that?
I don't know. I know,
That's my big problem.
I know, I understand.
Realistically,
I'd like to see somebody
What
put
did,
something.
did we do?
Hey, we didn't do anything wrong.
We out for basketball today?
How are you?
What do you mean we didn't do nothing?
I'm just kidding.
Bet you.
What'd you say?
Did we do the basketball thing tonight?
What basketball?
Tonight's the property basketball.
That's why I took us there first. Yeah, yeah, he's
Guess what I
there.
got a call from? He came home. I ain't going there.
The,
I
Anthony
ain't doing it this year. You don't play. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on.
No.
I think I know what happened, but I don't know. I ain't been home. and talked to him. Well, probably because of.
Oh, she did?
So if I ever have any extra broken left over, I'll go ahead and make it.
Yeah, the big
Oh, man, it
kid.
didn't last but a day.
You guys have better luck at getting pies out of it
Him
than I
and
do.
little Johnson, when I got home, him and Johnson left, they left a note on the kitchen table.
One copy of that, one copy of the laws, Carl has one copy of that, I have one copy of that. And then all
He's
I
got
need
some
more
other
of
things
it.
he's wanting
Yeah.
to do, isn't he?
Well, he's wanting to get ready for this army thing. He's wanting to
That's
do
what I
it,
meant, that's, yeah, I admire him for that.
but- Right, but it scares me for that too.
Hey Mel.
Sir.
How are you?
I'm good, Dale.
I
How you
always
doing?
told him that I support him or
I
whatever.
was in Columbus this weekend.
Told me I had to read all that stuff.
Yep.
It ain't, I'm not gonna miss all that stuff. I will miss all that stuff, but I'll support it. So we'll see how it goes.
Is that shocking?
Yeah. I
bet it was.
We'll see what happens here.
What'd your wife say?
She called me from work. She got the message.
Wow.
That was the big deal when we first started this thing is,
Hey,
we're not gonna stand and push you in anything.
Good.
When it's not fun anymore, it's fine.
one thing is,
Because I remember being a little aggravated that night,
Yeah.
because it didn't show.
How you doing, sir?
that's
Right.
rather than waiting
Well,
And then do it.
I sent him a message on that. I said, I want you to go halfway through the seasoning queen.
Yes.
Started
Who you with?
cleaning and start
Yeah, that's
it,
good.
but-
Yeah, and you know what, if he
I got her
doesn't,
contact information.
that's amazing.
I know.
I just wish he'd play.
I do too, but
Good.
I'm not gonna sit down and beg.
Okay, good.
Well, no, but.
I
I know,
actually really
I understand.
appreciate you being here. I was most nervous just about service.
Is this for the
Well,
hearing?
you know, I think that.
Okay, I'll just hand them out up here.
Connect your
What's that?
Firefighter. Up there yesterday.
One of the things that.
Taking a little run through there once in a while.
So just each one of the councilmen get one of these each of them?
When the guy does the.
Shame, I hate losing.
It does.
We got, Board of Works is right, it was Mooch and Paul, and then the rest are council up here. So total, there's
And they're up there doing it.
seven people counting me.
They were at the boat ramp today.
Yeah.
Paul, how are you? You been to the boat ramp today?
Hello. Yeah.
The neighborhood's been pretty quiet. I ain't heard the music. I can hear everything going on over the park from my house.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, my name's Dale.
I don't know if they'll be here. Who knows?
Hey.
Just the Board of Works.
Okay. Just a tree's been cut down.
Just Board of Works needs this first.
Oh, just Board of Works.
Yep.
Get back here. I don't know what that's for.
Here.
Because the hearing's just for Board of Works, huh?
They're the hearing authority.
Another one? Got something different?
Yeah.
But that, you know.
How many trees we got cut out there?
We actually need you.
How many trees we got cut out over there?
How you doing, Aaron? Oh, that's you.
Guys, it's just gonna, for the 5
How you doing,
o'clock,
bud?
it's just Board of Works that's.
Okay. How you doing?
Good.
Sounds cool.
I'll explain that in a little bit when we get started.
That's something else.
It's copies of all the walls that are cited in our.
This tape is long, so I had to make a copy.
Want the Board of Works up here or council?
Yeah, I think Board of Works for unsafe.
These are all hearing. Is that correct? Last thing that you guys get.
Just for this Board of Works?
Just Board of Works.
That's yours. All this crazy mumbo jumbo.
There's your copy.
Zach, you need the rest of it back that we don't need up here? We won't need it. I have copies. This is the extras. That's the extra. This is just Board of Works. Didn't know the rules. Thank you.
That's more seats.
Who was gonna let you have a
Microphones are loud. So these guys have all of that, Zach?
Board of Works do.
Okay, great. Mr. Mayor, at 5, I would just ask the as hearing officer for the hearing authorities to call the meeting to order and then recognize me and do a brief preamble because this is our first one of these.
Okay.
Kind of exciting proceeding. They might have other places. And then I think I'm going to mark one where she talks to you, I think it's Suzanne.
Yes, we can remember. This is here.
Just be ready to hand that to somebody whenever I get there.
Hey, Dell.
Yes, sir. Published for 5 o'clock p.m. public meeting.
Yeah, you just call me. I recognize your voice by your face.
Okay, we'll call to order the unsafe building hearing that was published for 5 o'clock. Seated would be the Board of Works. We wanted council here to hear everything that we're hearing up here on the unsafe building, so you guys will be aware of it just as we would be up here. Dell, you want to take over?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Delmar Weldon, City Attorney for the City of Lawrenceburg, and I appreciate the Board of Works and Your Honor being present today. Today's hearing is a new one for us as a new administration. It's an unsafe building hearing. Unsafe building code is codified by state statute, but also by local ordinance, and we'll be presenting under both of those authorities, and we've kind of given to you guys the relevant authorities from the state statute and as well as our local municipal code. Procedurally, it's a little bit different in the sense that the City of Lawrenceburg today is represented by our building commissioner and our code enforcement officer, Carl Fryman, and myself. So I, as city attorney, am actually stepping off of the bench, and I'm representing Carl in the building department in this instance. For the purposes of today's hearing, and if you think of it as a kind of a traditional courtroom setting in a lawsuit sense, a lawsuit setting, you guys are serving as the judges. And Mayor Milan is the hearing officer, but you guys are the hearing authority, the 3 members of the Board of Works and Public Safety. And so it's your job today to make findings of fact and then to issue an order based on what you hear, what you see, questions that you ask, witnesses and evidence that are presented, and then the document that you have in front of you is a document that is very general in nature. I've drafted it to include essentially any kind of permutation of an unsafe building, whether it be a building that just has trash in the yard or a building that might possibly need to be condemned. And so you'll see that there are portions of this that should be filled in by His Honor based on the rulings of the hearing authority. Only the ones that you decide should apply, and only the ones that apply to this case specifically. Also, if you think about an unsafe building hearing as a kind of a corollary to a normal courtroom setting or a lawsuit, the lawsuit, I suppose, would be the order that Carl Fryman, as building commissioner, has issued as it relates to this building. And so we'll talk about these items in terms of exhibits, but essentially the order that Mr. Fryman issued was a letter that went to the property owner and essentially everyone that we thought might have an interest in the property that's set out the violations, the nature of the violations, and what needed to be done to fix them and when they should be fixed. This was kind of the most recent letter or order that we did, and as you'll hear from Mr. Fryman, it came as kind of the end of some other negotiations and talks and some other unsafe conditions that have been identified, but this order that you'll see, and we'll specify which one that is really the document that's of most concern, because that says, hey, here's what's wrong with it, here's what you need to fix, and it'll be up to you as the hearing authority to decide whether or not that should be the right decision. So the final result of today's hearing will be whether or not you feel as the hearing authority that the order that Mr. Fryman issued should be vacated, thrown out completely, and you'll see on the fourth page of this document, you'll see your options. Should this order be vacated? Should be thrown out completely with no action order taken? Should the order of the building department be modified? Should it be changed in any way? And I've included every possible scenario of an unsafe building resolution, and also an other column. So you're free to kind of put in any conditions that you'd like to affirm the order that he's made, and the order that he's issued is that the building should be condemned and should be condemned immediately. Should you affirm that? Should you modify that? Should you vacate that? Should a cash performance bond be posted? Is emergency action required? In the state of Indiana, pursuant to statute and our code that we've adopted, if an emergency action is required, then a hearing actually is not required. However, we thought that it would be best if we give as many opportunities as possible for anyone who has an interest in the property to come forward and help us with this before we demo it. So if you feel an emergency action is required, you can check that box. If not, you don't have to. There's the possibility of a civil penalty in the amount not to exceed $5,000 if you decide that there's been a willful failure to comply with the terms of the original order. And then there's also a box here for liability for costs. And so if you determine that the owner or the persons who have an interest in this property should be liable for the cost of the demolition, the administrative costs that were incurred in filing this and serving this and preparing for the hearing, and then actually effectuating whatever is the will of the hearing authority, then you can check that box as well. So those are the ultimate findings that you'll make, and those are actually your orders that you would order. And before that, we see on the first 3 pages findings of fact. So these first 3 pages really just track the hearing today, especially the first 2. Procedurally, it just says, who's here, how was service perfected, what were the exhibits that were admitted, and then the findings of fact that we'll ask you to make. And again, those are purely the province of you guys as the hearing authority, and you guys would be able and free to determine whether or not any of those apply. Some of them apply. You can change them, you can modify them in any way. Today, of course, is a public hearing. This hearing was served. Notice was served upon any interested parties, and it was also published in the newspaper. The reason for that is that one of the things you'll hear from Mr. Fryman today is that the person who owns the property is actually deceased, a gentleman called Alfred Bowling, and a representative from the mortgage company is also here today. The mortgage, the foreclosure of the mortgage actually has not proceeded in any meaningful way because of the same issues that we've run into, which is we can't find anyone that would have a legal claim or interest in the succession of this property. So Mr. Bowling just died without a will. When that happens, of course, the property passes in intestacy. So whoever would be the next heir would get that property, while the next people down the line are also deceased, and then, so on and so on. We haven't been able to find anyone to directly serve, and the mortgage company is in the same boat that we are. When that happens, in the law, you're permitted to serve it through newspaper, and we'll ask you to find whether or not you think we've done that properly as well. So that's also kind of an unusual thing that we'll see today. We don't expect to have a respondent or a representative for the respondent. The respondent, it would be anyone with any ownership interest at all in the property as it exists now. We have the mortgage company here who holds the lien and the first lien on this property, but of course that's not the owner. And so, again, I am here representing Mr. Fryman. We've got Diane Hyde with the building department. We've also got my intern, Zach Anderson. So I guess I would first ask if anyone, or to have your honor ask if anyone for the respondent would be appearing today, for the record.
Do we have anyone in the audience that would be representing the respondent?
Thank you, Your Honor, and I will show that I've talked for 9 minutes at 5:09, and no one has appeared on behalf of the respondent. I'll just state that for the record. Thank you for that. First and foremost, I would ask if any of the members of Board of Works and as the hearing authority for today's purposes, if you have any questions as to just procedural aspects of why we're here today and what we've gone through so far.
I got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand, I know this has been going on for a little while, but I don't understand why a mortgage company that has the liens on a property wouldn't end up getting that property and having ownership of it.
That's a good question, Mr. Seymour, and what could happen hypothetically would be if there's any kind of resolution today, any action order that causes a cost to incur. So if you guys order an action and there's a cost associated with that action, we would file then a lien, we would record a lien in the county assessor's office to attach to the property. Then down the line, if and when, because it's been a while, but if and when the mortgage company can find a way to foreclose and they accept ownership of that and they force a sale, then our lien would be part of that sale. So it would be the mortgage, whatever they sell the property for, we would then be wherever in line based on the title search. And I believe we would be second in priority. I don't believe there's, Zach, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we would be in line there for a recovery once they do foreclose. Does that make sense? They just haven't been able to foreclose because they can't find anyone that owns the property. So they haven't even, they've filed their complaint and they can't even serve their complaint.
I would think they would have all kind of authority on taking that property, but I guess I'm wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If it
Hi,
pleases
Rebecca
the commission.
Algenio. Nice to meet
Hi.
you all.
Ma'am,
Could you come up to the microphone, please?
I'm happy to. Hi, Rebecca Algenio. I'm the attorney for the lender. We have initiated a foreclosure action, and although the mortgage allows us to do property preservation, it doesn't give us authority to do demolition. Our client has an interest in the property by virtue of the mortgage, but it doesn't have an ownership interest in the property. And unless if it purchases the property at sheriff's sale as a result of the foreclosure action, it will never own the property. But he is correct. When a property is sold at sheriff's sale, whoever the buyer is pays the funds to the court, and the court then takes those funds and distributes them to the parties who are entitled to receive the proceeds. The first party in line is always the county for unpaid property taxes. After that, any demolition lien would be paid, and then my client would be paid after that in the order of priority. But my client doesn't have an ownership interest in the property. It's not responsible for the demolition of the property, and it doesn't have the authority to sell it. I know that there's a neighbor interested in buying it, but since my client doesn't own it, it doesn't have the authority to sell it either. So it doesn't have a responsibility under the mortgage or under the law to demolish the property. It has a right if it chooses to exercise it to preserve it, but it has not exercised that right in this case. And we don't argue that the demolition should occur. We are not contesting that demolition should occur, and we're not contesting that the lien will have priority over our mortgage either. Do you have any other questions?
You just don't want to pay for a demolition.
Well, we wouldn't be paying out of pocket, but it would be paid from the proceeds of the sale of the property. So it will be paid prior to our mortgage being paid.
And it is confusing, and that's kind of, we've had to go round and around on this a little bit, but they actually can't do the demo and they can't sell it. Because I know that's one of the resolutions, and I don't know if we have someone from the storage company, but they're interested in that property. They just don't have ownership. They have an interest but not ownership, so they don't have the authority to do either one of those things. We can demo it, and then when the property's sold, get our money back for the demolition if it's sold at an amount that covers the demolition. And then they would get whatever's left over. And they're okay with that position. They would, but that's as far as they can go legally. So it does seem like it would make more sense if we could just say, hey, can you guys just sell it to the, storage company, and storage company can tear it down, they could have it. If we could do that, we certainly would, but this is the only option we have. So, I see what you mean, I thought the same thing myself. Any other questions before we get started? Okay, thank you kindly. Your Honor, if it pleases the commission, I would ask to call Carl Fryman, the building commissioner, and have him sworn. And if Your Honor could just have him raise his right hand and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help him God.
You gonna do that?
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fryman, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Carl Fryman,
Mr. Fryman, how are you employed?
through the city of Lawrenceburg.
What are your positions and titles that you hold with the city of Lawrenceburg?
At the present time, building commissioner and the unsafe building authority.
And are you also the code enforcement officer for the city of Lawrenceburg?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been so employed?
Since 2010 with the city.
Mr. Fryman, before you're employed by the city of Lawrenceburg in those capacities, what was the nature of your employment history, just generally?
I was the building commissioner for Dearborn County before I came here,
How long did you serve in that capacity?
since 2005 till 2010, 5 years.
And again, generally, what is your training and experience in the area of building inspection and code enforcement as it relates to the hearing today?
We're required to take state classes for our continued education. I've taken every one that they've offered since 2005, which is probably 30 different classes. Prior to that, 10, 15 years into running work for Schumacher Dugan and Turner Construction, self-employed building houses prior to that.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the property located in the city of Lawrenceburg proper at the address of 440 Walnut Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that property? And if we could, just for the benefit of the commission, go all the way back to your first contact with that property.
I believe the property was first brought to our attention at a Fall Fest committee. And we went over to look at the property, and on March 16th, 2015, started on a quest to find an owner.
Mr. Fryman, could you, are you guys having trouble hearing? Can you hear okay? Okay. Because they're older, I just want to make sure everyone can hear. Mr. Fryman, you can continue.
At that time, I personally went and took pictures of it. When we found nobody there, in October of 2014 was when the pictures were taken. I believe we have a council person with us. Mr. Cook brought attention to the backyard. We pulled in a dumpster, we cleaned it up. And I think at that time is when all the procedures of, not much after that, I met this young lady over here, and we started discussing how to fix the property or the possibilities of what to do to the property.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fryman. If it pleases the commission, I'm going to show. I'm going to show Mr. Fryman what we would intend to introduce as petitioner's exhibit A. And Mr. Fryman, could you identify that packet, please, for me? What is that, this packet? What does it contain?
This contains a list of contacts through the different people involved with this piece of property, right up to the time of hiring a Rob Frickett to assess the property.
And does this also contain, does this contain a, suppose a computer entry log of discussions that you and your office have had?
Yes.
As it relates to this matter? Does it also, thank you, does it also contain correspondence that's been generated and sent on this matter?
Yes.
Letters? Does it also contain a photograph?
of the inside of the property and I believe exterior, yes.
That's marked exhibit A. I need 3 more for these guys.
Carl has them over there. That's stacked.
This way. Got it right here.
Your Honor, if it pleases the commission, we would ask that the packet that Mr. Fryman has referred to be introduced into evidence as petitioner's exhibit A.
Okay.
And for the purpose of today's hearing, Ms. Muller, if you would, I'm going to have the original exhibits here, and I'll put them in reverse order. Thank you. I think that's easier, if that's okay with you. All right, thank you. Ms. Dollar and Ms. Hyde are both here from the clerk treasurer's office, but I think because Ms. Hyde also works for the building department, I'll have Brittany assist as well. Guys, this is the packet that we're looking at right now. This is exhibit A. It's been introduced to the record. Thank you. And if everyone could turn, and Mr. Fryman, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Turn to that first letter of March 16th, 2015. And the pages aren't numbered, and I apologize for that. But it's the first letter that you'll see. Are you there, Mr. Fryman?
Yes.
Okay. Could you describe the nature of that letter and then the contents?
March 16th, 2015.
Yes, sir.
This letter was sent for a non-compliance of one of our city ordinances, 94.22. We had sent this to the only address that we had. And I don't believe we had, this is a removal of the junk, which the pictures follow.
And so the next item is a list. That was an attachment to that letter.
Yes,
And then the items after that were those photographs also attached?
yes,
Those photographs state photos from October 2014, is that correct?
yes,
And also photos from March 2015?
yes.
Now, was this letter and this violation, was this issued in response to Councilman Cook's concerns that were raised to you at the Fall Fest Committee meeting?
One of them was of his concern, the other ones was of the neighbors.
Okay, so you were able to speak to the neighbors as
Yes.
well?
Yes.
Did you get any response to this code violation?
No.
Was there any corrective action taken?
The city cleaned it, no, they did clean it up themselves.
Did they? Okay. And just generally, if you remember, what was the nature of the junk or the rubbish that needed to be removed?
The main concern that we had was, there was a pile of tires in the back. We had mosquitoes there. Naturally, if you can look at photos from October, front porch. We had all this setting right out in the middle of, on Walnut Street. There was probably 15 to 20 cats that lived inside this, which was open, as you can tell.
Now, Mr. Fryman, the letter dated March 30th, 2015, was this just a follow-up to that initial letter of the 15th?
Yeah, I took that picture showing that nothing had been done, and that is almost identical. Nothing had been touched.
And is that for the same violation? Both letters are the same
Yes.
violation? And to your knowledge, the owner of the residence or someone from the residence corrected that action?
Yes.
Corrected that violation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, for the violations for which we appear today, I think and we're going to jump back and forth, and I apologize for that, but I think it'd be more instructive if we kind of start with the order with the list of necessary improvements that was issued on September 15th, 2016. And then we can kind of give the backstory there. But if you could turn to that, Mr. Fryman. That's fine. Mr. Anderson, if you could get these ready to be Exhibit B. One copy for the record. Go ahead. And
We got the dumpster from Civil City and they guys. They didn't clean it.
I thought that they cleaned some of it.
I don't remember. I don't remember, but that's what that one was. We cleaned the majority. Cleaned the majority of it.
Okay.
We had our employees do it, and then dumpster and all of that rental. So they paid us.
Multiple, I remember that.
Okay.
All right.
And before we abandon you, or you have an exhibit in your hand, before we get to that, was Ms. Hyde able to uncover a little bit more information about the March 15th, March 30th code violation and what happened with the cleanup and removal there? Did she give us some more information?
There was multiple cleanups on it. The city took the first steps on it. I remember it was in March the 8th. Myself and a crew went down there with a dumpster, and we cleaned the front porch and as much as we could reach. And that's when they came in on a weekend, I believe, and then done the backyard with the tires and stuff. Somebody, I believe from Safeguard, sent a dumpster around back. But we took the initial steps on Walnut Street, everything that we could get our hands on.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Fryman. Now, Mr. Fryman, what is the document that you have before you?
This is a document of our building codes. Dwellings unfit for human habitation, how it was adopted in the state Indiana codes that we go by in our building codes.
Well, I guess to be more specific, what is this? Is this a letter?
Yes, we sent this letter on September 15th, 2016.
Okay, and is this an order from the building department, and in your capacity is through my office as general counsel for the city of Lawrenceburg, is this an order from the building department?
Yes, sir.
And does this allege violations of the building code?
Yes.
And does this list corrective action that is necessary?
Yes.
Okay, and is this a true and accurate copy of the original letter that we sent?
Yes.
And did we send this through certified mail to persons that we believe would be best able to receive this on the part of the building?
At that time, it was the only name we had.
And we didn't receive any response for that?
No, sir.
Okay. If it pleases the commission, I'm going to introduce this. Your Honor, I would move to introduce this exhibit as Petitioner's Exhibit B.
Okay.
If that's okay. Thank you. And at this time, we'll... Yes, sir. Those are yours. Thank you. And so what the commission has before them right now, Mr. Fryman, is your official order listing the corrective action taken in the list of items that needed repair and also a timeline for compliance. Could you just kind of explain this to them very generally? What led you to cite these violations, and then also the corrective action that would be required?
This was after multiple trips to the house, photos. These are the same ones that we look at in every house that we go to. I mean, these are our building codes. We were also privileged, I believe at this time, to a outside report that basically said the same things that we were looking at.
So, and the reason I introduced this and also the whole letter, so this is all, your very first contact, Mr. Fryman, is it fair to say, was the result of that Fall Fest meeting? It started in early 2015. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Your first contact? And then your final contact, or your final order, the order that's up for review today by the commission, that was issued September 15th, 2016.
Yes.
So after the initial contact and then the initial violations of debris and rubbish that was corrected, what happened next to indicate or lead you to believe that there might be further violations that needed corrective action?
Once we got it cleaned up and we got it around the house and in the house, the back door was open, the front door was open. Started taking pictures of the house, as you could tell. Once we got into the middle of it, we were finding, I guess you would call it just pure lack of any kind of maintenance in the house. They were falling down in every place that you could look at. Electric had been added, plumbing had been added. It was beyond repair at that point, the way it stood to me, so that's what led me to go a step further with it.
And what was the next step that you took?
Next step was a meeting with, I believe, the mayor and Brian Messmore. We had brought in an expert to go through room by room, give us an outside opinion that stayed away from mine, to see how he compared it to building codes compared to mine.
And what was the name of that expert?
Rob Frickett.
And who is Rob Frickett?
Rob Frickett is a assessor of commercial and residential properties. Very well known in the business of assessing the value of property as it stands and what it takes to bring it to today's codes.
And we'll get to his report in just a few minutes, but he was engaged by the building department to do an independent evaluation based on any possible code violations and also corrective action. Is that
Absolutely.
fair? Okay.
Yeah.
So kind of in this timeline between February, March of 2015 and present, you were, is it fair to say that you were doing your best to determine what violations were present and what corrective action would be necessary? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that during that same time, you and your office were attempting to determine who owned the place?
Yes.
Okay. And in that regard, what were you able to determine initially as to who owned the property?
Well, not much, because nobody would ever answer.
Do you recall the first person that you were able to speak with, or your office?
I believe that lady sitting right there. No, she would have, Safeguard was involved way before, but there was a
Yes, sir.
homeowner, let me get through this back thing here. When we first started talking about it.
And to your knowledge, what is Safeguard generally? What kind of organization is Safeguard?
9 times out of 10, when I see them, it's a vacant or abandoned house, and a bank has hired them as an agency to protect their property, winterize, make sure the doors are locked. And
Exactly. So they were, to your knowledge, retained to maintain the property.
yes, sir.
And were you able to communicate with Safeguard your concerns as to the violations that existed in 440 Walnut?
Yes, I believe we got records here of showing multiple contacts and meetings at the house with them.
And Mrs. Bryman, I'd like to just draw your attention to another packet of information.
I have it. You read that. Is it in this?
So is that in the stack? Is that up? Oh, it must be. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Bryan, could you identify that packet that I've handed you? What is that? What's contained in there? Is that some of the correspondence you just referred to as you attempted to negotiate with Safeguard and possible owners of the property?
Yes.
And does that packet contain correspondence, letters, and records of communications that you had kind of back and forth to your office with people who may or may not have an interest in the property?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Fryman, is that a true and accurate copy of the original correspondence that went back and forth?
Yes.
Thank you. We would ask that this item be introduced into evidence as official Exhibit C. If it pleases your honor.
Yes.
Everybody asleep yet?
Well,
You're getting close. I know it.
Did long
That's why.
on Sunday.
okay, thanks.
And Mr. Fryman, if you could just go through the correspondence and let us know how you communicated and what you communicated as you progressed from April of last year to September this year.
Well, as you can see, the letter we sent and the details of the cleanup that we used of city employees.
And so I'll just go through with you. On April 8th, there was a letter that was sent out discussing that no progress had been made. At that time, do you recall who you were communicating with? That letter had attached to it a quote from Brad Massey for cleanup costs.
Trying to see who we sent it to here.
That's okay. And there was also a cost for the dumpster associated with that, and then some emails.
Do you have on there where the address that we sent this letter to?
So the letters are all gone to 440. There's no other address. They've all been to.
Okay, that's
So were
where,
these sent to the residents, but you were
Yes.
also in communication with Safeguard, which was
Yes.
the maintenance company for the mortgage company. And then if you turn to page 4, we're also in contact with Superior Asset Management, which is another property maintenance company.
yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of your communications with those companies as you're related to your belief that the building was in need of removal or demolition? What did you discuss with them?
We discussed repairs, and at that time, my point has always been to discuss repairs. They didn't discuss any repairs, they discussed demo with me.
Okay. And as we kind of track through here, again, we've got the quote, we've got the emails from Superior Asset Management. Are the numbers on that document, are those the numbers that would be associated with a possible repair?
On this one,
Yes, sir.
this would be for demo, I
For
believe.
demo.
Yes.
And if we move on to the next page, there was a email to Todd Shockey from Ron Smith where they were discussing the foundation repair and the demo.
Yes.
Okay. And then the June 26th letter from your office also discussed other issues and concerns that you had in regard to demolition. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
And then again on August 11th, that letter where you speak of, and I'll quote a little bit from here, City of Lawrenceburg's only concern on this property is not if it gets demolished or not, but that is inhabitable condition. We need the property put back into a safe condition that meets the 2006 IRC Indiana Amendment Code. And so, Mr. Fryman, was your office during the pendency of this, during the time that you were working with this property from February or March of last year until now, did you, during a substantial part of that time, explore the idea of repair and urge them to make these repairs if they were feasible?
Absolutely.
And thank you. And at some point, actually, going to be Victor's report next, and then the service. And at some point, you stated, Mr. Fryman, that you determined that you needed an outside opinion or a third-party opinion, and you enlisted Rob Ficker to give you that opinion, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about how you contacted Mr. Fickert and how you retained him to provide that service.
I've been involved with Mr. Frickett on other jobs before for the city. He was hired at one time on another unsafe building. I've seen him to be a very fair assessment. He was brought in on the plaza by the Daniels or Akram Daniels. They didn't agree with his assessment of the building, so they went to a different route. But he has a very fair assessment. I believe the city has used on the firehouse over here, the assessment of work that was done on it by Mr. Eubank's office.
And did you in fact engage him to perform this independent evaluation on the city's behalf?
Yes,
And did he in fact perform this evaluation?
yes.
To the best of your knowledge, approximately when did he first perform the evaluation and when did he finish?
I would say physically in April and then a written out in May, a written report.
And Mr. Fryman, you have in front of you a binder clip with some documents behind it. What is that?
This is Mr. Frickett's report
And was this the report? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
on the assessment of the house.
Good. And was this the report that he generated in response to the engagement by the building department for the city of Lawrenceburg on 440 Walnut?
Yes,
Is this the entirety of its report, the entire report?
yes,
And is this a true and accurate copy of that report?
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fryman. At this time, Your Honor, please, as a commission, we would introduce Petitioner's Exhibit D into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Forget my role.
This is what I have to do every day in court, so my life's boring every day. You guys just get it one night. And Mr. Fryman, were you able to review that report in its entirety?
Yes,
And were you able to speak with Mr. Fickert about that report and all aspects of that report?
yes,
Were you able to infer, or were you able to understand all of the findings contained within that report?
yes.
Okay. And I'll ask you to obviously not go through the entire report, that's part of the record, but in terms of findings, what was Mr. Fickert's findings in terms of the condition of the building?
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I believe he found it to be in very poor condition.
And did Mr. Fickert, did his report lead you to make a recommendation as to what should be, strike that, did it lead you or assist you in making a determination as to whether or not that building was unsafe as you stated in your order of September 15th of this year?
It was part of the procedure.
And that you based part of your decision on having that third-party evaluation?
Absolutely.
And did you also base your determination of what steps needed to be taken, did you base in part that on the third-party report from Mr. Fickert as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll ask first, what is your opinion, based on your training and experience, based on your specific experience with this building, in the nature of your employment with the city of Lawrenceburg, and also the assistance of this third-party document, what is your opinion as to the nature of the code and ordinance violations of this building as an unsafe building?
Well, I find that house to be in dire need of repairs structurally and code-wise. I do understand
And specifically, Mr. Fryman, what violations exist in your opinion?
well, it matches almost every code violation we have on a dwelling unfit for human habitation, and that is our code 150.44. And the health, sanitation, and the safety is unfit for human habitations. It really has nothing but a shell left. I mean,
And structurally, do you have an opinion as to the structural defects and whether or not this building should be removed or demolished?
I believe we wrote in the letter that we sent them that from the outside of the building, we have a minimum of 6 inches lean toward the neighboring property, structural damage in the basement. Jack posts were added, and I put on not to code, but they were put in upside down. And electric has been run in all directions out of the blue.
And in your opinion, and Mr. Fryman, again, based on your training experience and the benefit of the third-party evaluation, is this an unsafe building per Indiana law and per Lawrenceburg Municipal Code?
Yes.
And in your opinion, should this building be removed or demolished?
Yes.
In your opinion, does there exist an emergency in the sense that it creates a hazard to life, limb, or neighboring property that would call for immediate removal?
Yes.
In your opinion, and from your direct knowledge, do these conditions that we've been speaking of tonight, do they still exist unremedied?
Yes.
And you have personal knowledge that this property is located at 440 Walnut Street, is that correct?
Yes.
In terms of ownership and in terms of notice for today's hearing, do you know this, the last known or recorded owner to be an Alfred Bowling who is deceased?
Yes.
And has your office, the building department, the city of Lawrenceburg, and corporate counsel's office, have they made great efforts to determine who has, any party that has any interest at all in this property?
Yes.
Okay. And have those parties, has an attempt been made to serve any such party?
No.
Have we attempted to serve them notice?
Yes.
Okay. And have we also published notice in the newspaper?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one last exhibit, I think.
Hang with us, Aaron. Yeah, he was gonna fall asleep. Yeah, right.
Brian, you have a set of documents in front of you. Could you describe those documents on the commission, please? Well, just what are those generally?
I'm assuming this is the certified letters that were sent out to try to make a contact with somebody on this piece of property.
And are these copies of the letters and the certified mail receipts?
Yes.
And then the very last document in that packet, what is that, the final document?
This is the newspaper printout of the advertisement.
And to your knowledge, are these true and accurate copies of all the original letters, certificate of service cards, and the newspaper publication?
Yes, there was one other one that was actually posted on the building itself for 10 days in advance of the hearing.
Yes, sir. And did you personally post that placard?
Yes.
And that's just a cardboard sign that indicates the violation. You posted that on the property itself, correct?
It's part of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. We just ask, please, the commission that these documents be introduced as additional exhibit E.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was a little quicker that time. Y'all paid attention?
And, Mr. Fryman, to your knowledge, were reasonable efforts made to alert any and all persons who have an interest in this property as to all of the proceedings that we've discussed today, the order, as well as the publication for the hearing today, the public hearing?
Yes.
And the enrollment. And to your knowledge, have we had any response besides the attorney's presence today, who represents Saline Mortgage Company in Texas, who holds the mortgage?
No.
And we have not received any offers of cooperation to assist in either the removal or demolition or the rehabilitation of this property.
No.
Okay, and Mr. Fryman, were you able to get an estimate as to what it would cost to rehabilitate this property?
Yes.
And that's contained in, back in Mr. Bigger's report, Diane?
Yep.
That's contained in what we tendered to the commission as Exhibit D, as in dog. And what is the estimated cost for rehabilitation or repair to get that building to code?
His estimate is between $145,000 and $170,000.
145 to 170?
Yes.
And were you also able to get an estimate as to the cost of removal or demolition?
Yes.
Okay. And what is and where did that number come from?
That came from, I believe, Superior Asset Management.
And is that, first thing, Diane?
Yeah, it'll be in, yeah.
Okay.
the packet.
And is that estimate contained in D? State petitioner's Exhibit C, and what is the estimate for demolition or removal of that structure?
$35,000.
And is it your opinion that it would be economically feasible to repair that structure rather than demolish it?
No.
And based on everything we've discussed here tonight, Mr. Fryman, hey Joe, all of your findings, your training and experience as the building commissioner and code enforcement officer for the city of Lawrenceburg, is it your opinion that this building be immediately demolished at the city's expense?
Yes.
And if I could have just 1 second. Oh, Mr. Fryman, to your knowledge, is this property vacant?
Yes.
Is it abandoned?
I have a hard time knowing the difference, but yes.
Okay. And is it secured by us, or is it secured by someone else to your knowledge?
We've secured it more than once ourselves.
As it stands officially, have we secured it?
It has been secured.
But not by us, by the
No.
mortgage company?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, and now I would turn it over to the commission to ask any questions that they would like of Mr. Fryman. And he's the only witness, that would conclude my evidence as well, so now would be the time that you'd be free to ask any questions you like.
You only want me asking questions to Mr. Fryman?
You can ask questions of anyone you like.
If that was a nice house over there, would the mortgage company own it?
No, we don't own it. We've never owned property unless we buy it as a share sale.
Now, is...
We only own property if we purchase it We don't own property, we only have a mortgage on it. We will never own property unless if we buy it, and we've not bought this property.
But you holding a mortgage on it.
Correct, we hold a mortgage on it, and a mortgage gives us the right to foreclose on it, and if we foreclose on it and it's sold at the sheriff's sale, whoever buys it from the sheriff's sale is the owner. In some instances, in many instances, banks buy it, but in a property like this, where it's upside down, the mortgage is only $101,000, they wouldn't buy a property that has no value.
Now, did I remember her saying that they have a responsibility to upkeep it but not demo it?
They have the right to exercise preservation, which is what Safeguard Properties did. They came and removed some items.
If it made sense.
If it makes sense to preserve the value of the property, but as he's indicated, the cost of rehabilitation was $145,000 to $170,000. It didn't make sense for them to rehabilitate it because that's more than is owed on the mortgage.
If the city was going to put their money in it, would the property be turned over to the city?
I don't know. I don't think the city can give itself the property.
You mean for us to pay for the demo?
Well, if we pay for the demo,
If you pay for the demo,
end
you'll,
up with the property.
no, you have a lien on the property. And once the property is sold, you'll be repaid from the sale proceeds to the extent that the sale exceeds the cost of the demolition. You might only sell the property, well, at that point in time, it's land. You may only sell the land for $20,000. First, you have to pay the property taxes, and then you'll be paid next. And then our client will get nothing.
We got a decision to make. We can spend $35,000, tear down the house, and we all know what property is going for here in Lawrenceburg.
Right.
Darren can. Absolutely.
Thank you.
You want to make an offer on it, Aaron?
No. I just think it's embarrassing, like Carl said, I brought it to his attention a few years ago. So what we heard tonight is we heard all the testimony from everybody, from Carl, structural damage, he's brought up the electric plumbing concerns. We've attempted to get repairs completed for years now. We've had experts evaluate the property. We published the notice of the hearing, note to no response. There's no respondents here tonight to say anything. The mortgage company stated they can't do anything about the property. It's now inches away from the neighbor's property, 444 Walnut, which is an 80-year-old lady on a fixed income. So if that house falls into her house, who's going to take responsibility for it then? Not the mortgage company, obviously not the respondents because they're not here. So, I mean, I think the time to make a decision to do something about it, it's tonight.
Well, and I can address it. I don't necessarily wholeheartedly disagree with you, but I'm having a big problem here. Does the mortgage company carry an insurance policy on that piece of property?
When a borrower gets out a piece of property, they have to get insurance. We are an additional insured on that policy, and my guess is because Mr. Bowling is dead, that we probably did what's called force-placed insurance, which means that we obtain insurance for the property and we've paid for it. But it's only as it pertains to the coverage for insurance, such as fire, things like that. It doesn't cover demolition and repair.
After a two-year period, and I'm just making that number up because I know it's been a while, how come it hasn't been foreclosed on and how come it hasn't been put up on a sheriff's sale?
It is in foreclosure, and as he's indicated, we can't get service on all of the heirs of Mr. Bowling. When a foreclosure action is filed, everyone who has an interest in the property has to be served with a copy of the complaint. That's required. Everyone is to be named and served, and we are having a very difficult time finding the heirs of Mr. Bowling. And until we serve them, we can't pursue the foreclosure case.
But there has to be some type of timeline on your end of that procedure.
There is not. What happens is we try service, and once we try service on all the addresses that we have, first we have to exhaust all possible methods, then we can do publication. And it's my understanding that we have not yet exhausted all possible methods of publication of the foreclosure complaint. But we have filed a foreclosure action. And unfortunately, foreclosure cases don't go very quickly, even when we do have service.
Hey.
And I share your exact concerns, Mr. Seymour, believe me, and that, we did take some time to explore any possible alternative other than us having to tear it down and pay for it. But I think it came down mostly to what Councilman Cook said, which is that it is an immediate danger, that it is going to eventually fall into the neighbor's property. Again, from that perspective, we could have done this just sua sponte without a hearing on our own, but we thought it would be best, because it's, hopefully not going to fall down in the next couple of weeks, to at least give it to the commission and see if there was an alternative way of disposing of this. I would propose that there just isn't. But that's why we wanted to have this hearing, so that we would get everything in front of the commission and allow us to explore any alternatives.
Well, Kelly, what do you think?
Well, obviously, I feel like that the number one priority is the safety of the area. And obviously, I mean, we've all been by that property. It's pretty, I look at it as pretty unsafe myself. I really am concerned about the neighbor, as Aaron just brought up. I think we're in a catch-22, so to speak. I don't know that we have, there's not a good answer. I mean, there's not a good, whichever way we decide to go with it. Chances are we're not going to get our money back for the demolition, but we get a piece of property that needs to come down. I mean, no matter whose it is. It's no different, I guess, than what we do a lot of times. We'll go out and buy a piece of property, tear it down, and then we got a lot sitting there, but that's about it.
Oh, you may.
One thing to point out is if you do demolish the property, at the end of the day, we're still foreclosing on it. So the only thing that we can sell is land. So I'm not sure who wants to buy the land. I don't know if the city wants to buy the land to try to recoup its costs. But if you demolish the home, which we're not objecting to, the only thing that we can sell is the land. And certainly, we're probably not going to get paid a dime.
And
So
if
we're in
you-
a losing proposition here. We haven't been
Right.
paid under the note, and we're not getting a piece of property to sell. We're getting land.
So in other words, the first legal process we would do would be to put a lien on that piece of property for our demo.
That's right, for the $35,000. But the first person to be paid is the treasurer. They get paid for any delinquent property taxes.
Right.
And as it stands, I'm pretty sure that my client's paying those delinquent property taxes. Otherwise, we'd be having a tax sale, which goes a heck of a lot faster. So, and there's no tax sale, which means my client's now paying for property taxes and paying insurance, and they're not getting paid at all, and they're not going to be paid now. After the property taxes are paid, and once you're paid for the cost of demolition, my client's actually going to be upside down.
Well,
We appreciate you doing that.
we just wish you'd have left us out of getting upside down in it, too.
Yeah.
I agree, but one of the things that I would also propose is that the net result will be a positive one, I think. If we're diligent and a little bit lucky, we're going to end up with an unsafe building that's gone. We're going to remove the danger to the neighboring property. We're going to end up with a piece of land that does have some professed interest already, and at the sheriff's sale, we stand a good chance of breaking even on the whole thing. And then we've got a net benefit because that part of town's been improved.
This is a pretty unique situation.
It's very
too,
unique.
So this is not going to
No.
be popping up too often.
Oh, no.
And that's why we had a long, boring hearing tonight, frankly, because we have to be very careful. This is something that is very unique. We're talking about tearing down someone else's house. And so we do have to be very careful, but you're right, it's very unique. I would find it hard to believe that we'll ever see something like this again, and it's a catch-22, like the mayor said.
What do you need out of us?
Well, all I need is to go through the order I've asked you. Brittany Dollar from Clerk Treasurer's Office to have an original copy of the order, and so I will go through with what I propose as findings, and then you guys can modify those or change those in any way. Again, I represent the city and the building department here. You guys are the sole exclusive hearing authority, and so you're free to modify, accept or reject any proposed findings of fact or conclusions of law. Yes, can we get another copy back, please, to her? And as you'll see on page 1, we have the property address, 440 Walnut Street. We have the date of the hearing, which is today at 5 p.m. Parties appearing, the petitioners appeared by Building Commissioner and Code Enforcement Officer Carl Fryman. The respondent does not appear. So I just propose that we check that box for respondent does not appear. Hearing authority, City of Lawrenceburg, hearing officer, Board of Works, with President Mayor Kelly Milan. counsel for City Delmar Weldon, manner of service. I would suggest that we've presented evidence that we've served by a certified mail that was unclaimed or certified postcard not returned. And we would just ask that those boxes be checked. Also, by posting at the property, we'd ask that be checked, and also by publication in accordance with Indiana law. We would ask that that be checked if it's okay with the commission, and that reasonable efforts were made for service. And if it is your will, then I suppose stay silent, but if you have an objection or a modification, then just let Ms. Dollar know, because she's filling out the order that you guys will sign. And stop me at any time. Okay, I'll make that modification. And she just asked that we modify the caption, which is the title that says the defendant, or the respondents are those with ownership interest rather than any interest, and we would agree to that. I would propose that we would agree to that, because that makes them not a party, and that gives them the ability to essentially agree to everything we're fixing to do. And that was essentially just a scrivener's error that would be corrected. Authority, and Zach, if you can remember to do that on the original. Authority cited Indiana law and City of Lawrenceburg Municipal Code, of which I've provided copies. The exhibits admitted, I would propose that we allow Ms. Dollar to just write those in, and she'll also keep those original exhibits as part of the overall record, which includes the recording, audio and video recording, of course, and the minutes. And then wherefore the above named parties come before the hearing authority for a public hearing as stated above, and after proper notice, opportunity to be heard in person and by counsel, and after evidence being presented and heard, hearing authority does find as follows. These are the findings of fact. For the findings of fact, the first box that we would ask to be checked is the property is located at, and we just ask to be checked in 440 Walnut Street, Lawrenceburg, Indiana, be written in.
Okay.
Again, if you object or wish a modification to be made, just let me know. Second box that we would ask also be checked, the property is owned by, I would propose that we put Alfred Bowling, deceased, unknown heirs. If that's okay.
Yes.
Third, in order with the list of violations of corrective action required was served upon the residents of the last known owners by a certified mail, and a notice of unsafe building was posted on the property by placard. I would ask that that be checked based on the evidence you've heard tonight.
Okay.
Next, notice of the order and the hearing is properly served as stated above. That refers back to the caption, or the paragraph showing manner of service. I would ask that be checked, and that the commission find that we did in fact comply.
Okay.
The next box, allegations contained within the order issued by the building commission code enforcement officer are true and correct and remain currently existing and unresolved on the property.
Okay.
So you can accept that or reject that. Respondent has failed to comply with the order or take acceptable corrective action. The next section is for repair, to vacate and seal, and environmental orders. And if you look through that section, if it is the desire of the commission to order either a repair, then these boxes can be checked. If it is the desire of the commission to order any kind of continuance or extension of time, then that can also be the will of the commission. And then the next paragraph is for demolition orders. And so I guess I would ask Your Honor to just go through those and determine whether or not the commission would want any of those boxes checked. Along with the
demolition, correct, guys?
Yes. You fellow board members. So if we go to demolition, then the first box is cumulative effect of the code violations present on the premises renders the premises unsafe, substandard, or a danger to health and safety of the public as defined by Indiana Code 36794.
Yes.
Property is vacant, abandoned, secured by petitioner. I think we heard evidence from Mr. Fryman that's vacant and abandoned, but not that it's secured by the petitioner.
Right.
The enforcement authority estimates the cost to repair or replace the property. Mr. Fryman, what was the number for the repair and
Between
replace?
140 and 175.
Okay. So between $140,000 and $175,000.
The cost
And-
of demolish is 35.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Fryman testified in his opinion, but you're free to accept or reject that opinion, that the cost to repair is not economically feasible when compared to the cost to demolish.
Right.
The general condition of the property warrants demolition/removal.
Yes.
The building continues to require inspection and additional abatement action after an initial abatement action is taken. You would check that box if you wish to, again, extend the period and attempt some kind of remediation. You would not check that box if you wanted to take immediate action.
Right, okay.
And then if you want to take immediate action, you would check the next box that indicates, pursuant to Mr. Fryman's testimony, the evidence presented immediate danger exists to life, safety, and/or property.
Okay.
So it is therefore the order of the hearing authority, and so if you wish to vacate the order, then please let me know or Ms. Dollar know.
I think we'll affirm.
If you wish to modify, okay, so if you wish to affirm, then that can be checked. If you wish for there to be a cash performance bond ordered, we haven't asked for one because there's no one to pay it. But you can still order that. And then the final page, the second to last page, you can check that if you believe that emergency action is required. As the hearing authority now finds it necessary to take emergency action concerning an unsafe premises in order to protect life, safety, or property, it may take that action without issuing an order or giving notice. However, this emergency action must be limited to removing any immediate danger. Again, based on Mr. Fryman's testimony, we believe there is an immediate danger pursuant to Indiana code that would obviate the need for a hearing, but we felt it best to have a hearing anyway, so we can check both, but you can have both those findings if you like.
Okay.
A civil penalty is permissible up to the amount of $5,000 if we can prove willful failure to comply with the order. We haven't asked for that because based on lack of service or cooperation, we don't believe that there was any willful failure to comply. We just, the person's dead and we don't know who would be the proper person to respond. And then the liability for costs, we would ask that you check that if you so desire. Liability for costs shall be imposed upon the respondents, and each person or entity holds a fee interest, life estate interest, or equitable interest in the unsafe premises from the time the work is ordered to the time it is completed, or if emergency action is ordered, is jointly and severally liable for the following costs. Actual costs, there's a typo, can you correct that, Zach, when you get a chance on the original? Actual costs of emergency action taken, or actual costs of work conducted by the enforcement authority or the bid price of the contractor. Costs shall also be imposed for the reasonable processing expense for taking the actions concerning the unsafe premises necessary by law to effectuate the action required under this order, including costs of obtaining reliable information about identity and location of persons who own a substantial property interest in this unsafe premises, costs of notice or orders, statements, hearings, and bids, salaries for employees, and costs of supplies, equipment, and office space. A couple things in that, and we are asking to find that. Not only are we able to attach a lien as to our costs for the demolition, we're also able to attach a lien for Diane's office hours and putting all this stuff together, the costs associated administratively with finding the proper persons to serve, for preparing for today's hearing, and as we move forward. And we think that's important. And then another thing that's contained in that paragraph that I haven't discussed, by law and by Indiana law and by municipal code, we are required to bid this out. So the estimates that you heard are just that. They're estimates. We will bid this out through an open bid process for this work that'll be done.
Okay.
So if you like, then you can check that as well.
All right.
And those are the only findings that we would ask the commission to make at this time. Again, I really appreciate the commissioner's time this evening. I think it was an important exercise to have. I think that we wanted to make sure that this was done right and done in the best way possible. We believe it will be a net benefit, and we believe this will remove a very real hazard in our city, which is important. So we thank you for your time today.
When do you need this back by?
Ms. Dollar will have the original, and so she's tracked everything. If there are any edits she needs to make, she'll be able to make them pretty quickly.
All right.
Get that out. Your Honor, thank you, board members.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Oh, did you want to make a comment? Yes, sir.
One more thing. So if you guys do decide to demo the house, what do you think the time frame would be? 4 weeks or so, like 2 for advertising and
As soon as we can get it going.
Okay.
That's why I don't know what the timing would be, Aaron.
Okay.
But, I mean, you're right, we got to
Maybe start
advertise it
within a
and
month
then,
or so.
and get the bids back to do it. But yes,
All right.
sooner than later, that's for sure.
Kelly?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Carl?
We have a 10-day waiting period automatically
Okay.
for a respondent to this that didn't agree with it, wants to go higher, so.
From
it'd be
the
10
date of the hearing?
From the date that you signed those.
Okay, all right. Okay, I guess that'll conclude the public hearing on the unsafe building for tonight. Thank you. I'm sorry? I think we're doing it by signature, aren't we?
Yes, the order is to demolish immediately at the cost of the city to record with the county a lien for all the costs of demolition and all the administrative costs that we've expended in preparing for this hearing, just, every cost that we've incurred. And those will
We just signed
those will
the
be
order.
seen in the form of a lien against the property. The parties, the respondent has 10 days to appeal this to the circuit court, the county court judge, and then we'll get bids for demo.
Get it going. All right, Board of Works meeting is right now. Sorry, Tony. Oh, you don't want us in there? You don't want to be here? Sorry. All right. See, I can't do it right. I'd like to call to order the Board of Works meeting for November 7th, 2016. Can I get a roll call, please?
Member Paul Seymour Jr.
Here.
Member Alan Calloway.
Here.
Police Chief Don Combs.
Here.
Fire Chief Johnny Tremaine.
Here.
EMS Director Bobby Mills.
Here.
City Attorney Dale Weldon.
Here.
Utility Director Olin Clausen.
Present.
President Kelly Milan.
Here.
And myself.
Okay, any announcements, guys? Paul, you got anything? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the previous meeting.
So moved.
Second? Second. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion will carry. Committee reports, Fire Chief Johnny Tremaine.
I just passed out the runs for October. We had 71 total runs.
Okay.
If anybody has any questions, let me know on that. Let the board know, I got wind that the county is possibly not going to fund tornado siren maintenance. So there's the EMA meeting this week, and I'm going to get with those people over there to talk about why the council is not wanting to fund this at all $5. The city has a vested interest in this. Randy can vouch for that. I mean, the city put a lot of money into these sirens. So I'm going to work my angle to try to get the word out to these people that it's not a good idea to do so. So if you run across any commissioners or council, just let them know how you feel about it. I don't think it's a good idea. The word I got was there's an awful lot of technology out there, so why not use it? But not everybody's into technology like the younger crowd is. The early warning, it actually helped us a couple weeks ago, so if you run across anybody, just let them know. I'm going to pursue it from my side.
Okay, thank you.
The only other thing I have is I was approached by Greendale Fire about partnering up to have a Christmas banquet this year. And one of the reasons we got out a couple of years ago was cost. And I think it's a good idea. So I would like the board's approval to approach council for their approval. We have a donations account where we get donations throughout the year to the fire department, and we'd like to use some of this donations money to help fund that. December 16th, I believe, is the date Shannon told me.
So you're partnering with Greendale?
Yes. Yeah. We'd be splitting the cost.
Is that just for information only, Johnny, or?
Yes,
Okay.
information only. Just if it's a recommendation that I can, I mean, it's not going to be, before we spent somewhere around $5,000, I'd say it'd be half of that this time, which is good.
All right.
I'd like to make a recommendation to move that forward to council.
Okay.
Favor, as your favor.
Okay. So, Mr. Callaway would like to move that forward to council with a favorable. A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry.
Thank you.
All right. Police Chief, Donnie Combs?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask the board for approval that I start the process of researching the 2 cars that I need for next year for 2017. It's been approved in our budget for 2017. We wouldn't spend any money this year. I just want to start researching this to get 2 cars that we need to get out of the line and 2 new ones coming in. To do this locally, if at all possible on that.
How often do they go out of service?
When I get up to over 100,000.
100,000 miles is the number?
There's 20 guys that are on force, plus I got 3 pool cars. And, so I wouldn't ask for them if I didn't need them. Starting to repair and all that, so.
Does this have to be looking on the council, or do we?
I think he's asking for that, aren't you? You're asking for,
Yeah, maybe the recommendation if that's needed.
okay.
I'd like to make a favorable motion to move forward with Mr. Combs.
All right. A second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Against? Anybody against? Motion will carry. Go ahead, Donnie.
I'm sorry. The only other thing I have is we have been working on our standard operating procedures. We've been revamping those that needed to be done. Just a new technology that we have. The old ones were just really outdated. We've been working on them. They are now completely done. And I want to send them to the board and also to the council to go over them. I had transferred this to our attorney to look at it and to make sure everything was in order. So I would like to transfer. I'm not asking for approval tonight. I just want to inform you that I want to get these to you so you can look at them for our next meeting. We can ask for approval to implement these SOPs. I'm not sure how you would want these, if you want me to make copies for it because they're long, or if you want them electronically.
Well, I prefer electronically just because you don't have to print all that out.
If I can just get information from each of the members, with, the email.
Or you could just put them on a thumb drive and give everybody a thumb drive if that makes it easier. I don't know.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Other than that's all I have.
All right.
I got one question back
Yes, sir.
to Johnny. Johnny, is there any way that we know the number that the county's wanting to, is that a number that happens every year, or is that one that they even know?
As far
as
as
maintenance on the siren?
I'm sure they're probably per siren, but
3 of them.
We own 3, the city of Lawrenceburg owns 3 sirens, we have 4.
4 in the city. One of them the county owns, the one down on 50 by the apartments down on 50. That was one that was moved, Bill Black had us install, that was a county. But the one over by the utility building, the one at the fairground, and the one in the park are all property of the city marshal. Bill Black maintained those at the time. We owned them.
Well, Randy, but how many are in the county total, do you know? Because I'm pretty certain that's why they want to get rid of it, because of the total cost, not because of Lawrenceburg's, but,
Involved in these here, I don't know
yeah.
what you got there.
Okay. So we own 3 of the 4 though in the city?
Yes, sir. Property.
All right.
Is there any way we could make anybody give us a total cost?
Oh, we can ask, Shane McHenry, commissioners, they'll give it to us.
Mobilecom did the initial startup for us when we got everything ready to be bottom through. They can probably give us a cost breakdown on all those.
Well, I'm certain that, probably what it is, Paul, is they put so much in their budget every year for maintenance, which they probably don't want to fund any longer, and I'm sure there's some amount of maintenance that gets done every year. I don't know if it's like, going through one of your stations over there, I mean, maybe you take 3 of them this year, I don't know, but we can ask the questions. Oh.
There might be some electronic cell phone thing, but we still need to keep those tornado sirens. We need a backup, and those work. They're radio receivers. Have batteries in them. They're like a deep cell battery. And when the power goes totally out, those things are independent from everything else. All of this send a radio signal to that siren and it'll activate.
Okay. We got to ask more questions, I think. Find out why they're doing this, right?
Right.
I'll ask some questions, get back to you as next meeting, if that's okay. All right. Anything else, Paul? Good. All right, EMS Director Bobby Mills.
Have no report tonight.
All righty. Okay. New business. I've got a couple. The first one is I got a call, and people in this room know more about it than I do that's been through this. But I guess the alley behind the new dollar store back there, I don't know that it has a name right now, but I was asked if we could consider naming that alley Mabel Turner Alley. I guess Mabel had lived on that alley for 55 years. She was I believe, a corporal or something in the Army, and I got a call from her family that live in Florida now. And they knew that we were doing some work back there, and I think it's nothing but Mike Clark gave me the written, Mario, we were talking about that with Mike. I didn't know what the rules were, but it's something that we have the authority to do that.
Correct.
And it doesn't, it's not a,
Not a street.
right, so just an alley.
Correct.
And that's the way it would be, that's what it would be called. So I told him I would bring it up and see how y'all feel about that.
There's a few alleys around town that's been named, so I got no problem with it.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to move forward with it.
All right. Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? And we'll push that on to council then with favorable. It'll be on council's agenda as well. Okay, and then the other one is a job vacancy, actually for general foreman / building commissioner. Just changing the title, mainly changing the title, but we will post this. It'll be an internal posting only. Just wanted to get your approval to post that internally.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? That'll carry as well. Old business. Anybody, any other new business? I don't have any. Old business, Chief Tremaine, replacement of garage door, quotes on that?
I'll move up to the podium so we can talk about this. I'm handing out an example for you guys where we're at, what the initial thought was, and where I think we're going. Didn't know I needed to know so much about garage doors, but it was kind of neat.
It's in your job description, isn't it?
Yeah, one of them. What I handed you was basically a sample of what we have, but it's a single pane, all glass door, front and back. We have 14 doors on the downtown station over on Tate Street. First, when we thought about this project a while back, get rid of all the windows. That's example number 2, just put some small ones in there. So once we got into the process of getting quotes and talking to the different vendors, it was suggested, why don't we go with an insulated door, but also go with a double pane glass. And they felt that the insulating values really wasn't, I mean, with the double pane glass is going to be a lot greater than what we're used to. So, and that's the bottom example, and I was looking at what the appearance of the building would look like versus number 2 and number 3. So I really like the 2-panel glass on the front. The back panel, or the back doors would be just a single panel glass. So we approached A&E Doors, the door guys, and All About Doors. They submitted quotes, and some of them had different, you had to add this, subtract this, or so on and so forth. So I went through and I give you a summary, and I hope I did my math right. Hope somebody checked me, but I think I did. But All About Doors was considerably lower, and it is a local company. They were at $39,810. He gave me 2 quotes. One was with both insulated panels. One basically a styrofoam insulation, less R value, and then the other one was polyurethane, which had an R value of 17.5. So I just threw the one that was basically styrofoam out and put the one with the higher R value in there. So I did discuss with the All About Doors rep. I said, you know, I'd already gotten a couple quotes in. I said, this is considerable less. He said, yeah. He said he wants his doors on our buildings. He is local. So, does anybody have any questions about the quotes? I'll try to answer as best as I can.
The only question I really got is on the AE door and window.
Mm-hmm.
The quote on the front of it is $60,140.
Mm-hmm.
And the total quote back in here is $37,746.
Right. If you go down into the upgrades in the very bottom on the first page, it says add $600 per door, or per door for full vision section. That's adding the glass to that. And then also the $1,000 for the springs also.
Okay.
Also, a side note, All About Doors said they'd use our existing tracks. A&E Doors said they would use our existing tracks, but he didn't quote it that way. He quoted it with new tracks. So that's probably a big jump in cost too. So.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions?
Usually wanting to get started on this, ain't you?
Oh, you wouldn't, especially before it snows. We do get snow in the building, so yes, right away, as soon as we could. And I would need a recommendation from this group to approach council, correct?
Yes, for appropriation, yeah. Yep.
I'd like to go ahead and make a recommendation to move this to council with a favorable.
All right, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion will carry. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing your homework on this, Johnny. Okay, Mr. Clark is not here tonight. We've got 3 change orders that are in your packet. We can go through these individually. The streetscape improvement change order. This had to do with the street, the trees, which we knew we would probably have some because when we did the initial quote, we knew we may have some that we miss or whatever, so we're doing it per unit, correct?
Correct.
Mario?
And this is just for the downtown.
Right, just the downtown area, not the parks.
Correct.
So, you want to take action on that one separately, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys get a chance to look at that? I'll take a motion then to approve that change order for the streetscape, or to send it on to council?
I got a question.
Sure.
Back when, I don't know, I might have dreamed this, but I thought there was a quote per tree that was given out, and that, if I remember right, it was quite a bit less than what's showing here on this, the charge, on the second sheet.
I think that was on the parks.
Yeah.
The parks one was because they weren't going down to, they weren't, grinding stumps and...
Correct.
And the other piece of that.
The park actually had it twofold. If we left the stump in or the tree in on the ground, as opposed to removing it, there was a unit price. The original price for the downtown was $37,600.
Okay.
What was the original? 36?
37,000.
37?
The only thing it seems like he's got an awful lot more work to do, but this is just downtown.
Downtown.
This will complete the downtown.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Correct.
being
All
told.
right, the only thing I would like to say at next time, is I'd like a copy of all the bids, and I think I remember $175 price, but now I got a question, Mario. Up on the hill, what we looked at today, is he gonna take those stumps out between the roads, or is he just leaving the stumps in on the outside in the forest area?
I believe the roadway stumps do get removed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
All right,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, Tony?
Yeah, I got one thing. You said when it was complete downtown, well, the ash trees are on Elm Street, and none of them have been marked. I know there's 3 of them that were made. All the ash trees on Elm Street are folded.
Oh, they're still not been approached yet?
This is kind of like phase 1, Tony, of the, I think we discussed this initially.
There's gonna have to be,
So we're not, after we're done with this, we're not done downtown.
That's what I was getting at.
no. And then we gotta go back with the arborist and decide what we're gonna replace with and so on and so forth.
But we're done cutting them down, or we're,
No, we won't be, because like Tony was saying, that Elm Street's not even on this original phase 1.
The original cut was just for safety, primarily safety.
Yeah. The other ones will be coming down as well.
all right, but the other guys never priced cutting them all down either, they just caught the price.
What was on the survey, correct?
We
Yes.
never got a copy of any of,
They weren't in our packets?
no,
Mm,
I never got a copy of
the tree
the other
survey?
bids or anything that night at the meeting, because I remember I was like, well, if he's that much cheaper, I'm all right. But I did not have the information to compare it.
Because we had, I think, 2 bids.
We had 3 bids.
3 bids.
Had 3.
And
The 1/3 wasn't complete, they didn't bid the,
He didn't finish his bid.
I'm all right with it. I know Mike does good work. I know we need to get this done. I'd like to make a motion on this and that we move on with the favorable to council.
I'll second that.
All right, second, you got second, Mooch?
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. And I think if you remember back, the reason we didn't require that 3rd bid to be completed, because we considered it an emergency, it's a safety issue, so it needed to be come down, so you're right.
and Paul, we'll get you a copy for your records with the,
Okay, next one is Walker Avenue Rehab change order.
I went and looked, there's a lot of cement work, there's a lot, just bits and pieces all up and down the street. Price seemed pretty reasonable. I don't know where it happened during the process. I imagine it was like that, as rough as the road was. So I'd like to move that on with a favorable to council too.
All right, can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion will carry. And the last one is Lawrenceburg Greendale Connector Trail Design, the change order for that.
That one I got a problem with,
Okay,
and I'll explain it. Part of it could be my fault. We haven't heard back from the Corps. We don't know whether they like the design of the one that we've turned into them. So my question to you guys here, how smart are we in okaying a change order on that other part when we don't know if what we got in front of the Corps right now is gonna be accepted? So I'm not saying, I just think maybe this needs to be tabled. Now, where I'm at with it is I'm trying to get a meeting set up with the Corps of Engineers in Louisville.
right. You know
Make
how
an effort.
difficult that's been, right?
Yeah, but, and I'd like to hear a comment on my thoughts here.
Well, Paul, I think you were part of the discussions when we had the core out, this was 2 years ago, doing the initial look for the relocate of the street, going through the gate opening.
Yeah.
And I think it was Mr. Neighbor, I believe his boss, yourself, and I think it was some of the old Conservancy members, Vic, I think he was present. And we, at that time, I think we had a talk about the flyover at the, we call it the Chicken Shack opening. And I think they were all in favor at that time on a verbal on site, but I don't know if it's the same faces or same people that you're dealing with now, though.
Yeah, I just sit back and I look at this change order costing what it is, and here's the other thing, we were talking about a flyover, but this ramp going up the side of the inside of this levee with all those post holes in it, that's something that, I question maintenance on it, I question a lot of things on it, and I've got another question on it. I'm really concerned that council doesn't have a second option. I go to the city of Aurora, and when the trail ends in Aurora, they didn't choose to go the most expensive route along the river and go across the creek. What they've did is they've came inside town, they ran down the street across the Iron Bridge and over towards their park through town and labeled that off. I personally, as Board of Works and Council, would like to have an option put in front of me, possibly. I mean, our whole mission here is to get people downtown.
Right.
Why wouldn't we want a group of people from a 5K walking in downtown, possibly over toward Hollywood Casino and out toward Greendale that way and by some of our parks? Not saying that it might not even be possible, but why wouldn't we at least have that option put in front of us? And until we hear something from the Corps on what we got put in front of them right now, I'd kind of like to table this one.
Okay.
That's
You doing that
my opinion.
in a motion, you want to make a motion to table that
I'd
then?
like to make a motion to table it,
Okay,
and I am making an effort on finding out information.
all right, can I get a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? All right, motion will carry to table the trail design change order. Okay. All right, any other old business, guys?
Have one, Your Honor.
Yes.
The police station, it's been some time since we've had the discussion in regards to the lead abatement for the firing range.
Mm-hmm.
We have the specs, the plans drafted up. We've contacted 4 potential contractors, and we'd like to put it out to bid if the board would let us at this time.
Any questions, comments? Go ahead and get some bids, or?
I didn't even hear what he said.
It's about the firing range down at the police station, the lead abatement.
Correct.
And we got like four contractors willing to
Four
bid?
contractors.
And,
Isn't that done on a monthly basis?
no.
Or it isn't?
It's gonna be, there's gonna be a monthly maintenance to it, but there hadn't been.
Right, it was never set up for
And now it's to the point it's got a little bit out of control.
So it's went beyond the maintenance and now it's a hazard.
So that's why if we can get bids to abate it, and then we can keep it on a maintenance schedule, correct? Is that the way we're going with it?
Have we been using it?
No.
Really?
Yeah. So it doesn't hurt to go out and get some bids, see what the bids come back at.
Alright. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move forward, to get some estimates on,
Abating?
doing some abatement on our firing range, right?
Yes. Second? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion will carry. Go forward, Mario.
Thank you. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Anything else under old business? Anybody up here, guys? All right, then I'll entertain a motion to accept the claims. Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion will carry. I need a motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion will carry. Well, tonight, though. Okay, parks and playgrounds, as soon as we're seated. I don't know. Night, cold? Cold now? Snuggle up next to Aaron there, yeah.
That's all right. I just put my coat on. Joey, while I get a picture of that, it'll be right in the newspaper.
All right, I'd like to call to order the Lawrenceburg Parks and Playgrounds meeting for November 7th, 2016. Can I get a roll call, Mr. Rainey?
Member Tony Abbott.
Here.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member Mel Davis.
Here.
Member Randy Abner.
Here.
Member Paul Seymour Jr.
Here.
City Attorney Dale Weldon.
Here.
Utility Director Olin Clausen.
Present.
President Kelly Malone.
Here.
And myself.
All right. Any announcements? Can you give us an update, Mr. Todd, on some things? We got quite a bit of stuff going on right now.
I had my hand in there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. First of all, the Todd Creech Park, the play surfaces are completed at both locations. The turf is nice and soft. If anyone would like to go down, and I think, Tony, you probably checked in on it. I know Paul has. I don't know if you've seen any problems with it or feedback.
I think it all looks good.
I thought it looked good, too.
Good deal, good deal. Ludlow Hill Park, the trees, probably another 2 week for completion up there, as we spoke earlier. The Agner Hall, we've had some concerns about the walk-in. We actually had a contractor come in, take a look at it, said the cooler unit's in good shape, the box needs to be replaced. I don't know if the board like to go out and get bids on the box itself. That was his recommendation. And it was a outside cooling contractor.
Did he give you any estimates at all, rough estimates on what that might cost, Mario?
Using our existing unit, the cooling unit, probably about $8,000. And that's using our folks to do the demo, taking the metal off and cutting the box out. So, I don't know what direction you want to go with it, if you want to table it this time.
I'd like to go with it. I mean, Agner Hall is a very, very good facility for the community. It's relatively inexpensive, and it is noticed. It's a really nice building.
I think the rules, like Brittany, first thing they ask is the walk-in working, or can they still use the walk-in? And I mean, that's a weekly,
Hunters want to hang their deer in there right now. is what they
that may be. So if you like, I'll go ahead and get some quotes, other quotes on that, and kind of move forward with that project, if you like.
Yeah, you get some quotes and then come back to us for the next meeting, maybe?
Sure, not a
Get
problem.
started? Okay.
Skating rink, it's being assembled as we speak. And Pat's here, I don't know what the opening date is on it, but I know they've got a good jump on getting the rink installed. And that's about it, Your Honor.
With this weather, you sure don't want to try to freeze that ice rink.
No. Oh, it's also, we have started the tree removal at the boat docks.
Okay. Oh, hey, Mario, could you give them that update? You shared with me the other day about, we have a shelter up on Ludlow Hill that's needing repair. But we may have a different idea.
Right. I think we brought it to the board some time ago. The shelter, particular shelter, is a rear shelter. It's over 20 years old. I had Mr. Seymour kind of do an on-site with me. You know, at first we looked at just doing a repair on one of the columns. I think the damage is a little more extent than just the one column. I think Paul will agree with me. You know, the shelter probably needs removed and a new shelter erected in place. The only problem we had, as far as the discussion, is should we make it a rustic type shelter? Should we go with something more modern? And that's kind of the Parks Board's discretion at this point.
Rustic, I would say.
I'd encourage the board to get on the internet and maybe come up with some ideas, and then also for Mr. Todd to bring us three ideas.
I'll make one comment. I think, and we talked a little bit about this, Mario, but I think the problem we've had up there is these columns, correct?
Correct.
The wooden columns.
Correct.
If we could go with maybe a rock column, it might alleviate, I mean, we've had to replace these on other ones, correct?
Correct. And Mr. Seymour had some input this afternoon as we looked at maybe a concrete base.
Okay.
Masonry type.
There's
High
different
bottoms.
things that we can do. I think the idea is just to bring some stuff before you guys, and then we can make a decision. I'd like to, you know, I think we got a good start here. Maybe it's time to, the 20-year-old things start getting replaced, one every year, one every 2 years, something. We don't have to do them all at once. But that one up there, I could take my knife, I got about a 5-inch blade on it, and on the bottom of it, I could stick it all the way in the thing. So, and that wasn't just on one post either. That was on really about half the post.
Correct.
Okay. So maybe we can get some ideas. If you guys have some ideas, bring them to the
I'd
board.
like to
and-
have our ideas together and to have this for either a wintertime project building or first thing in the spring. Or a repair in mind. Doesn't have to be done right now, but we need to do the thinking right now.
Maybe if we could have it ready for the first of the year, that way we don't have to do additional appropriations for just this.
Yeah.
I mean, since it's not that pressing, I guess, but I mean, we want to get it done.
Correct.
That makes sense, Ms. Dollar? I'm looking to
I
you.
think we did include it in our original.
We did include in our additional appropriations.
Oh, we did for this year? Well, then we can do it right now.
And also,
Now you're coming around, that's what I like.
All right, well, while we have money appropriated, Mario, have you looked at the George Street shelter lately?
He's correct.
I was over there last week. It's in horrible shape.
It's got some,
It's not structurally bad, but
no, it's got some cosmetic issues.
cosmetic, it's really looks bad.
Got T111 siding on it that needs
Right,
replaced, some
rotted.
paint, some trim.
How about that? Can we do that this year?
If we appropriated that much money,
We appropriated, there's some in there. This is just cosmetic.
we'll see what the shelter costs first. Now, we'll get her done, Tony, but
Kelly
Henry?
backing up on the flip
Yeah.
I'm not backing up. If it needs to get done, we'll get it done.
And we do have the capital improvements, the shelters and restrooms on the long term also in replacement. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Point
There's a
taken,
lot of
Tony.
work to do,
We could
guys.
go with less rock and more plastic up there, and then we get the money down here.
What'd you say, Randy?
There's a lot of work to do, and as long as we're on it, I think we're good. It's just, I want this group to be focused on getting everything good, but it ain't gonna happen real quick. There's a lot to do,
All right.
so.
Well, we'll stay on top of it. Okay. Any other announcements, guys? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from previous meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. New business, we, Miss Heather Bear. Looks like a request for a Girl Scout Gold Project at the Dearborn County Fairgrounds. Welcome.
Thank you. Heather could not make it tonight, but my name's Kendra McAndrew. I've been in Girl Scouts since first grade. For my Gold Award project, I would like to build an announcer's booth at the Dearborn County Fairgrounds by the horse riding arena. I'm waiting currently on bids for the project, but all of it will be provided by me. I will do the fundraising for it.
Okay. Is this the one we got in the mail, or is this a whole different project? Because it sounds like this one was just, maybe it's the same thing. Okay. Kendra McAndrew is taking on and closing the current horse arena. I think that's the same one we've got. Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want to make sure we're not talking about two different things. And I think your request is to allow you to do that over there, but you're going to take control of raising the funds to do it
Yes, that's correct.
and also getting it done as your project.
Yes.
Well, we like people like you.
I make a motion we approve.
No, so this is for your Gold Star project, I guess it's called? Gold project? Okay. When would you think you'll be getting started on this?
As soon as I get back, we have a couple people waiting on bids from.
Okay.
And once we decide who we can work with, then we'll work as quickly as possible.
Good.
We're hoping to get it done by June
something.
15th before our first show.
Okay. You guys any questions for the young lady?
Yeah, I got a question.
Uh-oh.
There's only one small problem.
Okay.
City don't own the property. Conservancy does.
Well,
Now,
true.
you guys are on the agenda to come to the next meeting,
Okay.
and it's gonna be the same kind of reception, I'm sure of it, but I don't know that there's anything needs to be said here, is there?
I think the only confusion was they were asking about permits, which would be Mr. Fryman and
Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Which ones were those?
Permit.
If we need permits, I'd like to make a motion that we waive the fees on the permitting process.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
All right, can I get, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries, so we'll give you some fees, or we'll waive your fees. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your willingness to do that. All right, next item I have is Brian Begley from Say Soccer, request for a 5K run and walk in July of 2017.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm here this evening. I know July of 17 is kind of out there, but we are hosting, you should have a letter from me that I sent in with my agenda request. We are hosting our 50th anniversary at the Doubletree Event Center in July of 17. We're a nonprofit youth soccer organization. Lawrenceburg is a district within SISA, which is the Southeastern Soccer Association for Youth. You play with all the local communities. And we are looking to do a couple events throughout the weekend to entertain our guests. We anticipate up to 500 families and presidents coming in from all across the country because we do reside in 32 states or operate in 32 states. We also have Locally, within a 50-mile radius, we're looking at 40 to 60,000 youth players. So we're looking to put on camps, coaching clinics, and a 5K run walk.
During those 2 days that you're going to be here, it looks like?
In the 2 days. So
Okay.
we'll be at the DoubleTree. People will start coming in town on Thursday evening. We're looking at probably doing a golf outing that we will plan and put on Thursday, and then registration and everything will go on Friday, and then Saturday. Friday, we will actually have our annual general meeting, which is basically, for nonprofits, a stockholders meeting.
Okay.
Where we vote to do rule changes, national board members, and so on. So we'll do that Friday night. Saturday morning, we'll have the 5K that'll be open to the public. It's the first annual Neil Bradford Memorial 5K. He was our director of coaching that passed away this past August during a battle with cancer. So we've put forward an initiative to put on a memorial event for him every year at the AGM. He loved to run as well as play soccer, so this year we're doing a 5K. Probably next year we'll do golf or something like that. I've reached out to, I basically worked my way up the ladder from Terry at the DoubleTree to here now, and I'm working and getting in contact with the person that put on the 5K. I think it was last weekend or 2 weekends ago at the whiskey exhibit or convention.
That was
at the
last
DoubleTree.
weekend.
Yeah. We would like it to start at the DoubleTree and end at the DoubleTree if possible. So there might be road closings and or barricades needed. I just need to know what direction to go.
You talk to a number of people that have run these 5Ks, and some of them do it just on the trail only, where you can go out and then come back on the trail, finish and stop, or start and stop at the same place, or you can do it through town. We'll just need to know what your route is for the police chief and things like that, and you can share that when it gets closer after you've nailed down some of your details.
Okay.
But we appreciate y'all coming to town. We like when 500 or so.
Hey, I heard you say you wanted people downtown, so we're
Yes.
trying to get them there for you. And it should be a good event. 50 years, like I said, we're paying the ticket to fly people in, so there should be a lot of people here. And one of our national board members actually runs the Lawrenceburg group, Ryan Sparks. So he's helping us out a lot, and he'll be hopefully putting on clinics and tournaments that weekend as well. So
Okay.
hopefully we can do some business with you guys. And so after I nail down the route and everything, do you guys need to approve that again, or how does that work?
I don't, unless they want you to come back, I don't think there's a reason for you to have to come back. No, it's just important that the police chief would know, as far as road closures and things like that.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
All right.
We should have hopefully some new businesses, new restaurant open down there, and
Yeah,
on the trail, we'll have all the bicycles, I think, going by then, so.
That'd be great. The DoubleTree is great. It's, we took bids from a lot of different places, especially in downtown Cincinnati and northern Kentucky, because it's our 50th, and DoubleTree and Hollywood really went out of their way to show us.
So you think you'll have about 500 people?
500 board members and families.
Good.
Probably the biggest influx you'll see will be on Saturday.
Okay.
We're looking to start the 5K around 8 a.m., and we'll go to our banquet ends at 9 p.m., and then
Gotcha.
everybody's heading to Hollywood. So all day you'll see a big influx of youth soccer players, hopefully.
Okay.
That's great, and that's good feedback. We really view our event center as being competitive with Northern Kentucky and Cincinnati, and we've seen that. We've seen results, we've seen attention, so we
They've
really
been more than
appreciate
accommodating,
that.
so much so that we actually are moving all of our national board meetings to the DoubleTree instead of having them in Cincinnati. So we actually have one on the 19th.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to accept his request for the 5K in July of 2017?
Moved.
Second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion will carry. Thanks, Brian. All right, Pat Kreider, reviewing the admissions policy for the Winter Wonderland Ice Rink.
Little business, want to make sure
Oh,
that
that's good
we
business.
prepare for that kind of a group coming downtown. That's
Yes.
exciting. As Mario mentioned, they're starting to put the rink in. It's been leveled, I think, by end of tomorrow. It may be pretty well completed. Of course, it won't be functioning just yet, but it is being put in as we speak. And I wanted to come before you to kind of review what the admission fees are. most of you are new on the council, so you don't know, but in the past, the policy that the city asked for was that Lawrenceburg residents be allowed to skate for free and with proof of residency, and it's the same, pretty much the same policy and procedures that are followed as with the pool. In the past, we've charged, for other outside of Lawrenceburg, we've charged a $4 fee, and that includes admission, and if they need skates, their skate rental. It's very reasonable. This year, over a period of time, we may have to consider raising those fees, but this year, we're asking you if you would consider us raising the fees up to $5 for adults and decreasing it to $3 for children under 12. This will make it fairly easy for families. Now, we also have season passes for individuals and families, which are really reasonable also. So I didn't know how you wish to proceed, and if you wanted us, since you all fund the rink, if you want us to continue those policies or not. So we're asking for feedback from you.
How much did you bring in last year in in rentals? Do you remember?
Okay. And last year, we were a little low. I think weather was an issue, too warm. And the other issue was, believe it or not, that affected our attendance is the fact that Perfect's was closed until January.
Right.
Believe it or not, we get a lot of people that come from Perfect's and come down to the rink to skate. So that kind of affected us. Last year, our skate rentals were $17,448. Trainer rentals, those are those little push trainers that we rent for just a few dollars for a half hour, so they're good for the little kids. $1,971. We sold $890 in passes. We sold some sweatshirts for $111. We took in $20,420 last year.
Total, okay.
So that's where we were last.
That includes the concessions too, Benny?
Concession income, net income, concessions, we do not make a lot of money. We're really providing a service. Our concession income was $61.90. Our expenses were $48.35. We only took in $1,355 on concessions. So we use the income from the concessions and from the rink to help pay our staff, basically, and any extraordinary expenses, any kind of expenses we have down there.
Right. Any comments for Pat on the admissions?
I think it's very reasonable. Downtown Mountain Square, I think it's like $15 to skate, isn't it? Plus you have to pay for parking, because there's a lot of them that come down to Lawrenceburg saying, hey, this is so much cheaper. So I think $5 is still pretty much nothing for adults.
And it would be $3 for children 12 and under. So
Free, you said, for 12 and under?
free
Yeah.
for 12 and under, and still free for residents.
You guys okay with that, or?
I don't have a problem.
Anybody
I'd
want
like to make a motion to approve Ms. Kreider's request.
I'll second that motion.
all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion will carry.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
I do have another question. I stopped at the clerk treasurer's office today to see how you wished to handle the expenditures for the rink. We have 3 installments that are due. The first, really now, the second one when the rink is totally completed and running, and then the third, we keep a retainage of $3,000, and if there's any damages or anything, we subtract it, and whatever's left, then we return it to them once the rink is completely removed. I know you have a line item for us. Do you want us to receive that whole line item and then make the installment payments as due? I asked this question today. I wasn't sure how you wanted to handle it, or do we just bring the installment payments to you in each one, and then you fund it separately? I didn't know how you wanted to handle it.
I didn't know if the council, Parks had a preference, but I was hoping maybe we could do it like we did with Fall Fest, to where she could just turn in a claim and an invoice, and then we could pay it as we go. That's my preference.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Everybody else okay with that? You okay with that, Pat?
Yeah, that's fine. Now, at the end of the contract, there is a difference between the contract and your line item. And typically, in the past, that difference has been given to us to help pay Rink's salaries, because the income
Right.
doesn't cover it. So
I
I don't know
understand.
how you want to cover that, but
I've never actually seen the contract. Do you have a copy of it?
yes.
Can we meet up tomorrow and
Yes.
discuss it? Okay.
I
I'll
think
be
it-
free anytime tomorrow.
All right.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. All right, next item, Mr. Rainey, tables for Agner Hall.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've gotten a few complaints recently from people that have rented out Agner Hall. One being the quality of the tables, and then I guess apparently there's a lot that are missing. We've been telling people that when they've asked that we have 13 over there, or I'm sorry, we've been telling them there's 31, but there's only actually 13 tables, so we need to decide, yeah.
Dyslexic or something.
Yeah, something dyslexic was going on there. Big issue there. So I wanted to go before the board tonight and just decide if you guys wanted to purchase 18 tables or if you want to purchase 31 total. I got some different quotes here. The first one is from Walmart. If you open up your stuff there. This was actually the 5th cheapest quote. I got 5 different ones, just in case. But if you look there, they're $174.13 a piece. So if we were to order 18 of them, we're looking at $3,134.34. And then I just did the math there for 31 tables total. So that's actually the most expensive quote of the 5.
Can I make a comment? We just went through this exercise out at our church, and what we found, though, was the most important thing, especially when it's being used by the public, is get something that's going to last and sturdy.
Right.
Because I was looking at the one that said like ultralight banquet table. Well, I know exactly which one they're talking about. We looked at that one.
Did you?
And it's very flimsy and.
Okay.
So it sounds like we need them over there, but I would make sure that we get something that is going to be
Commercial
sustainable,
grade,
commercial grade, whatever you
Yeah.
call it, yeah. So.
You know what? These are probably more along the lines of that quality.
Oh,
So
really?
maybe I should table it and look at better quality.
I'm unless somebody else got another idea. You guys have any?
I got a question. I mean, these kind of tables, square tables, I mean, I've been over there lots and lots of times of different things, and it seems like the ones that the people use are the round ones.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do we,
Can get around.
but my question is what are we looking at these long square ones for? To replace the round ones, or what are we doing, or?
I haven't actually, Brad Massey went over there and did a count on these tables. And per him, and I know, Diane, did you talk to Brad too? About the tables? That's what they recommended.
It would be replacing the rectangle
The
tables
rectangle
and
ones.
the wooden ones, because the wooden ones are really heavy and people have a hard time getting them in and out of storage. So.
The wooden ones though, I would hate, I mean, there's other people that's used this place, and maybe I'm wrong, but those round tables in that room work really, really well.
There are 15 round tables, and they're all in good shape. They're going to keep the round ones. We're just adding 8-foot rectangular tables to what we already have.
Okay,
Well, I see what you mean, Paul, for like wedding receptions and things like
Yeah.
that. People need their round tables.
yeah. Okay, so we're.
Yeah,
So we'll have a combination of both then? Okay.
So you don't want to get more round tables and fewer rectangle tables, if the round tables are preferred?
There isn't any round ones in this, is there?
No.
Yeah.
Like Brittany was saying, and I wasn't aware of that, the 15 round tables, they appear to be in good shape, so they're going to
Yeah.
keep those. This would just be for the square tables, these quotes.
When do they use this?
Probably part of the expansion into the new room.
Yeah.
Which I've never seen used.
Usually cornhole.
Yeah.
Maybe there's no need for them then. I mean,
Well, I got.
We do. I think you need both sides or times, but I think
Figure out how many
I think
round ones
I think
you
we
need.
need
right. I
by
think we
quality like Kelly
Maybe
said.
research better quality ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want Tyler to just do a search for something a little better quality, maybe?
Better
or-
quality ones,
You okay
okay.
with that, guy?
That'll work.
Okay. How do we do on chairs? How are we doing on chairs over there?
I didn't look yet.
Nobody takes chairs home?
No, not that I know of.
My
We'll,
old fire department chairs.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Okay.
They're
All
everywhere.
right.
There's
All
plenty.
right, so we'll look at that next time then?
Johnny, we had one, fire department table at the adult center, and we could get it from about 3 years ago.
Didn't bring it back, did you?
And now, it's too far.
All right. Anybody got any other new business for parks? I don't have anything, I don't have any old business either. Anybody else?
There is one thing I'd like to go back to with the skating rink. Pat, I didn't think about this money in that line item is used for the labor. Is that going to hurt you drawing it out? Do you need that money up front?
Well, what has been done in the past was that the difference between the contract and the line item was given to us in the form of a check. And we have an account, we can roll it over.
Right.
Right now, we have the rollover amount in that account, this is accumulated over the years, $22,900 right now. So I don't know how you want to handle that. It's there, I mean, we keep a running tab of it every year, but that's what we have. So I think that the previous council felt like they would give us the difference to keep so that over a period of time, we would kind of build up that fund, which then that would be less for the council to think about in years to come. So whatever would be your preference.
How much is your yearly labor average?
Last year,
She's probably going to have to go to the mic to pick up the...
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Last year, ice guards and management, we were at 29, a little over 29.5 for ice guards and management. And then we had another, some expenses with payroll taxes, 2,623 and 536 for payroll prep.
So that 22 will get you pretty far into the season. I mean,
Last year, what we had to pull out of the fund was 14,699.
this year you got 22? Starting out with, right? Okay.
And barring any disasters, I mean, I guess if we have a disaster, we'd come back to you for what's remaining.
What's left
I
over-
don't see that happening.
What's left over from that line item after the rink is paid for?
16,
16?
yes, because I think the rink's 83.9 and your line item's
100,
100.
yeah.
So there's 16 left over in that.
Okay. So we can either give her the 16 now or wait until she needs it?
I mean, you'll get it, you'll get it either way, but, you probably wouldn't need it till the end of the season if you only used 29,000 all year last year.
Go through the clerk treasurer if she needed it. We could give him permission to give her allotment of money if she needed it.
I think it still has to come before council to get that out, but I agree, I agree with you in theory, yeah, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure you had labor money
At least we
without...
agree to get it to her, right?
Well, that's
Going broke on
the
it.
rollover,
Find a
and
nice way to
hopefully
do
if we
it.
have income, we should be, like I said, last year, we had to take more out of that fund.
Oh, man,
The
right.
14,699 was what we had to kind of take out of that fund last year, so.
All right.
We'll be all right.
Kelly?
You guys okay with that? Randy? Yes. Yes, ma'am?
The bearer of bad news, but I believe we cut a check to Main Street earlier this year to reimburse you for salaries from last year. So the full 100 is not available.
No. Oh, I see, that's right, okay. Yeah.
We have to receive
Brittany,
a
that's
claim.
bad news.
I know. We have to receive a claim for those salaries before the year is up, and we did not last year. So when Pat came to us early this year, it was paid out of that line item. So I want to say there's,
Any idea what that is?
I want to say there's around 85,000 left, give or take. I don't, I'd have to
Just
look
enough
at,
to
I
do
don't
the
have the
rink.
appropriation report in front of me.
Well, she wouldn't, I don't think you'll need anything, that 22,000 should get you through the end of the year, and then there's money in next year's budget that we could pull it from.
Yeah.
Right? Is that right? I mean, we either got it in the Winter Fest line item or event.
Right. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That'd be fine.
Because the rink basically, the rink will open on November 26th, the Friday after, or Saturday after Thanksgiving. It will close, the last day of operation is January 22nd. So it does take us into the next year. And you're right, Brittany, that happened last year. We didn't get the claim in enough time, so it had to come out of this year's budget. So you're right. We
Well,
don't
as soon
have-
as the Ohio River starts freezing over, we won't have to have this rink, will we?
Hey, right.
Let people skate there. All right.
All right,
Thanks. All right, any other old business? I'll entertain a motion to approve the claims. So moved. Second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Will carry. I need a motion to adjourn. So move. Second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion will carry. Okay, Lawrenceburg Utility Board. You ready, Dell, or we just?
Yeah, I just need to hand these out real quick.
Oh, okay.
No, everyone's gonna.
That's what I
all gonna go through it.
But then if we only get 18 and 13, we're gonna match.
That's half the range.
We can use another 13.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Bring it up, it'll pay for itself.
It's a smaller writing.
Eventually.
You bring it to us. Yeah.
Okay.
Navigation through. That's pretty
Okay.
Yeah, pick on somebody then. Might start to like me.
Page 3. All right, as Dell's finishing up there, we'll go ahead and call to order the City of Lawrenceburg Utility Board meeting for November 7th, 2016. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Tony Abbott.
Here.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member Mel Davis.
Here.
Member Randy Abner. Here. Member Paul Seymour Jr.
Here.
City Attorney Dell Weldon.
Here.
Utility Director Owen Clausen.
Present.
President Kelly Malone.
Here.
And myself.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the previous meeting.
Moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion will carry. Committee reports, Mr. Clausen?
Magnifying glass.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have finished the work on the Center Street project. As far as the laterals are concerned, we are nearly to conclude the work on Charlotte Street. That will leave just a small portion of William Street that we'll have to complete. We have scheduled asphalt, so hopefully we can get that in and get all that done. The stuff that's on William Street, I believe, is concrete, so even if we run over, is that right, Mario?
Right.
We can still do concrete so long as we can blanket it and don't have too extreme a temperature. So I think we're going to be okay as far as getting the roads back to drivable condition for the winter. Electric crews have already started the process of getting ready for the Christmas lights in preparation for the holiday season, and that's really all I have in the way of announcements.
Okay. The other thing, you might want to update folks on, working on the music part for downtown, just to give them an update, if you could.
That's correct. We have got, Mayor and Council asked us to look into the possibility of having speakers out in the streets where we could broadcast music in the streets, holiday music, also do some public service announcements, broadcast the games, things like that, so when people are here walking up and down the streets, that would kind of be in the background. We could use it for the different festivals and things that we have as well. Queen City Bikes is here, and we have that going on. The announcements can be carried over those speakers, so I think that it's a great idea. I think it's going to really have a lot of appeal for the downtown area as far as making it walkable. So we are working on that.
Good.
We anticipate the costs to do from Tate Street to High Street and the block either way to be approximately $15,000. Those are very, very rough estimates, but approximately $15,000 to accomplish that. So I think that it's a good project. As I get more information on it, I'm prepared to bring that back to the board, hopefully by next meeting, to get some positive or a specific direction.
Great, I know that Bobby had something hooked up for the car show with the speakers, and it was great. I mean, I came down from my apartment on High Street, and
That was Bobby singing.
it was. That's what made it so good. And his car looked pretty good, too. But it was great. I think it'll be a great project.
Yeah.
He's a crooner.
Yeah. Bobby Tritt. All right. Okay, any other committee reports?
No, Your Honor.
All right, new business, Owen Clausen, accounts to be written off?
Yes, in your packet, you'll find a list of 7 accounts. They're small balances or deceased. The total is $905.23. Myself and our CPA have looked these over. We're recommending that we move to write these off.
Any questions regarding that?
Well, for some members of the audience, it says, why are we writing them off? They're
We have tried for some time to collect on them. Due to the circumstances that are surrounding them, when they get to a certain time period, we write them off. It doesn't mean that we take them off the books. Some of these accounts, if it transfers to the deceased family member, and they come back into the system and open those accounts, some of those things will transfer to those customers.
Well, the only two, if I'm looking at this correctly, the only two over $5 are both deceased, right?
That's correct.
The rest of them aren't even, are lower than the cost of a stamp to send them a bill.
That's correct.
Good point. Good analysis there, I like that. All right, any other questions?
No.
I'll entertain a motion to accept a proposal to write off the accounts as you see them in your packet.
so moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item will be credit for water consumption sewer charges not treated at South Dearborn Regional Sewer District.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So to give you a little background on this, we've had a few customers, and when I say a few, less than 6, around 6 customers, who have got swimming pools that they've had put in or that they've had in service. If you remember earlier in the year, we moved some of the customers out in the rural areas from a flat rate to an actual metered rate. And so the result of that is they wind up paying sewer on what their usage is at their meter. Some of these people have swimming pools, 20,000, 30,000 gallon pools. As those swimming pools are filled, it registers on the meter and we bill them for that as though we're treating that water at the plant, the sewage, when in reality we're not. The reason I'm bringing this forward is because we don't currently have a provision in place within the ordinance that would allow me to discount these or credit these usages. We can reasonably determine that these customers have not had water go to the sewer treatment plant. In fact, some of the customers have called ahead of time and we've gone out and gotten meter readings before and after they've filled the swimming pool. So we know with certainty that that water did not go into the sewer, the sanitary sewer system. But because we don't have a ordinance that allows me to do that, I've been advised by State Board of Accounts I would need to bring this action before you all to issue a credit. And to give you an example, some of the credits that will be given out over the course of the entire summer months will be $185. I think the most that I've calculated today is about $335. And again, 6 or less customers.
I've had people question me about this in the summer when they're filling up their pools too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, can I get a motion? Moved. Second?
What's the motion for?
Oh, I'm sorry, motion is to credit the water consumption that doesn't get treated at South Dearborn Regional Sewer District. I'm sorry.
So, Your Honor, what I would like is a motion in the affirmative to agree to the concept.
Okay.
And then I will bring each one of the credits back to this board for approval.
Okay.
Olin, did you say that ordinance needed amended?
Well, we don't currently have an ordinance, so we could develop one, but there's so few customers that are even talking about this that it probably, right now, this would be the simplest way to deal with it.
Let me know.
Okay. All right, so, the motion then would be to credit these folks, but we would bring it back on an individual basis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, can I get a motion?
So move.
Second?
If I'm not the first, I'll be the second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion will carry. Next item of new business is not on the agenda, but it'll be Mr. Weldon regarding 3 Mile Ridge.
Thank you, Your Honor, and this is an item that I felt was best to present to the utility board and council, so I actually published it in the newspaper to give notice, because there are two kind of bodies involved. The resolution they have before you would be a joint resolution by Common Council and the utility board for the city of Lawrenceburg to accept and assume the roadways and utilities of the 3 Mile Ridge condominium development. Also, you've been given the plats that were done of the 3 Mile Ridge area, and what you can see on the top of the page would be Route 48 or BLB Road, and then coming down from 48 would be the common areas, including the roadways and the utilities. The reason for this, a couple of reasons, and I can tell you that I've been working on this project for quite some time with 3 Mile Ridge, their condominium association, the president of their association, and their attorney, and they're very much in favor of this and would like for this to happen. And the primary motivation is the pump station, or the pump that is all the way down from the roadway that is a Lawrenceburg Municipal Utilities pump that services some of the area around the back of this roadway, which is the only egress and ingress for the residents. And so what the resolution would approve would be the acceptance and the assumption of those roadways and the utilities contained within that subdivision by the city of Lawrenceburg.
Question, don't we pick up garbage individually there also?
I'm not sure that we do, Mario.
Sharon?
I believe so.
We pick up individual
Sharon, we
trash.
do up there?
And that's a good point, Mel, you know, with the traffic that we already have, and then contemplating future traffic, plus the kind of just the number of Lawrenceburg residents that live back there. It's definitely a win-win for everybody involved, and it makes sense to take this onto our inventory.
Thank you, Dale. I was going to ask you about that tonight.
Thank you, Randy.
I got one other question on this, Dale.
Yes, sir.
I'm in full favor of doing this, but now I've heard the residents have to vote on this also, and if they don't vote it in, then it's null and void. So should we do this before their vote or after their vote?
And that's a great question, and that's kind of what I've been working on to put together, and which why it hasn't happened until now, which is because of my work, which is always slow and conservative, so we can try to get it right. But it's a chicken or the egg situation, so what I've outlined, and I'll tell you my plan exactly, and this has been outlined in conjunction with 3 Mile Ridge, their president and their attorney. We're going to, if you guys want to, we're going to approve our resolution first. We're going to kick it back to them. They're going to have a meeting with their condominium association where they will get a vote, and they have a required percentage of vote for the members and for a quorum. And they will also amend their bylaws to kick this over to us to give us the right to accept and assume. And then after that, we're going to do a further step, and the final step, which is Mr. Clark's not here tonight, but planning and zoning would then approve it again on the back end. And what they're going to approve is, in addition to the plats, the easements, and then these plats will actually be replatted to take out the parts that we're going to take. And we're going to do, we kicked this back a lot, but what we're going to end up doing is what's called a deed of dedication. We're going to do a deed of dedication right into the replats that'll show the areas that we're kind of taking out of this. So it's essentially a 1-month process. It starts tonight with council and utility board, kicks back over to them for their vote, which, of course, you're right, they have to vote too, but we've been assured, and through our meetings, we're confident will occur that they will approve that, and then it gets kicked back to us for the third and final step, which is planning and zoning, saying, yeah, these plats look good, and we'll take them. So it'll essentially work out to be a 30-day process. I've maybe overdone a little bit, but I always want to be safe, and like I said, we've published notice and everything like that, just to make sure it's done right.
So do we pass this to the council with a favorable recommendation?
Well, what I've done, that's another good question, Melvin. What I've done is to include on the signature sheet, even though it's duplicated, a full vote from the utility board and a full vote from council. And the reason I did that is because it implicates the utility and it implicates streets in the city in general. And so I'd ask for a vote from both bodies for tonight. Again, then we'll end up with a vote from 3 Mile Ridge and we'll end up with a vote from planning and zoning.
Thanks. Dale, on the second whereas clause, and Mel, I'll need you to clarify on this. My understanding was that the sewer lift station was built by someone outside the city, and then we took over the maintenance of that. So in the whereas, it says a pump was built by the city of Lawrenceburg. I don't know if we just need to clean that up.
We took over the maintenance and the ownership.
Yep.
Okay.
Wasn't built by us, so.
I'll correct that if that, yeah.
Heller.
I'll just redact by the city of Lawrenceburg Municipal Utilities. Is that okay? Thank you.
Okay.
And I also need a resolution number from Brittany or Diane.
5.
5 over Tyler. Thank you, sir. So with, if it pleases the utility board, I'll go ahead and read this. Resolution number 2016-5, joint resolution of the Common Council and Utility Board of the City of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, to accept and assume all the roadways and utilities of 3 Mile Ridge condominium development, whereas 3 Mile Ridge is a condominium development located in the city of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, and whereas a pump was built to service an area of the city of Lawrenceburg adjacent to 3 Mile Ridge condominium development, and whereas said pump is located at the end of the cul-de-sac and roadway that serves as the only ingress and egress for 3 Mile Ridge condominium development, and whereas it is in the best interest of the governmental and public good that the city of Lawrenceburg now fully accepts and assumes into its municipal inventory the streets and utilities as described in the proposed dedication and easement survey attached here to as Exhibit A. And whereas the president of the Condominium Association for the residents and owners of the 3 Mile Ridge Condominium Development, or 3 Mile Ridge Association, Inc., has expressed the desire to fully participate in the process of the City of Lawrenceburg accepting and assuming the roadways and utilities. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Lawrenceburg hereby does accept and assume the roadways and utilities of 3 Mile Ridge Condominium Development pursuant to final review by the Planning Commission.
Okay. Got resolution number 2016-5. I need a motion to approve.
Moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry.
Thank you, Hunter.
Also be read in council.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other new business? Old business, Mr. Clausen, update on LMU fiber optic build.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. This is an informational item. Doesn't require any action. For some time now, we have been talking in this meeting and some of our work session meetings about creating a fiber optic loop that would service, it would provide for many different city needs. AMI metering, security cameras, things of that nature, but also the way that we're approaching this would be kind of the conduit that would allow for these downtown speakers to work and to operate off of. Although that could be a smaller piece of the project, it's a complementary piece to the project. The greater plan wouldn't hold that up, so as far as time is concerned. But this would allow us to go through the process of being able to offer Wi-Fi to the downtown area, to the students that have the iPads that don't necessarily have access to the internet, to be able to do their homework assignments, and those types of things. It would also allow us to do the proximity advertising downtown we would be able to contract with advertising companies to pay us for every impression that was had on the system, things of that nature. We had talked with Cincinnati Bell about moving forward with a project that would allow us to do this. During that time, I've had some meetings with Cincinnati Bell. We've also approached a engineer engineer's been working for the city for quite some time on other projects, SSOE. We believe that we can do the project for a very much reduced price. I think Cincinnati Bell was talking about in the area of $5 million. We think we can do the project for around $500,000. So a very much reduced price, and then still contract with a company like Cincinnati Bell to come in and lease dark fiber capabilities for their fiber product to the home. This way, we will remain the owners of the infrastructure. That allows us to monetize that much better. It puts us in a much better place to monetize that system, as opposed to letting someone else come in and put their fiber on our poles and simply get a franchise fee or a pole lease agreement. So this is by far and away the most lucrative approach that we could have. And I am hopeful, based on the conversations I've had with Cincinnati Bell, that they would be eager to be a service provider over that network, along with whomever else would like to.
Owen, I, and others, we've been talking about this, and I know you guys have heard about some of it too, but we'll talk a little bit more about it and more in depth on Wednesday. We got the capital project. It's going to be part of his capital project plan. So that'll be brought up on Wednesday evening as well when we talk capital projects. But it's just such a difference in cost reduction that compared to what we thought with Cincinnati Bell, correct? I mean, that's just...
That's correct. One of the unique things about this, if we allowed Cincinnati Bell to come in, and I'm not downplaying the value that they have as a partner, because they're a tremendous partner. They've got fiber here in town. They're a tremendous partner, and will continue to be. But we would really be in a position where we'd have to go back to them and ask for dark fiber for city purposes, for security cameras, for music out on the streets. We'd have to go back to them and ask for permission. By doing this ourselves, we maintain ownership. So we're really in control of what the city wants to do with it, what the city could possibly do with it, the additional profiteering opportunities.
And Bell said that they would lease some dark fiber from the city, from the utilities?
The discussions I've had with them they have not said that they would lease it. What they've said is in other areas where fiber is owned by other entities, that they have understood that this is kind of the new model, that municipalities are coming forward, owning their own infrastructure, and that they have got to look at a different business model other than outright owning the infrastructure. And what it does is it puts it in a competitive market. So the Googles of the world, the Cincinnati Bells of the world, all the different providers of data and media can come in and competitively bid on that access. It allows us as a city to have private SSIDs and APIs that we can use for city infrastructure, city purposes. If we so choose, we could actually offer internet like Scottsburg does. Scottsburg's been very successful with that. I've had a number of meetings with them to kind of get my arms around how they've done that. IMPA has also agreed to come in and assist us with that concept and how that might work. And so there's much more upside into us owning the infrastructure. We have the real asset, which is the ownership of the poles, the ownership of the rights-of-way, the easements, all of those things. That is the value. And to just give that away would unless we're getting something substantial in return, would be ill-advised.
Okay. Like I said, you'll hear more about it Wednesday, but it's a pretty significant project. Any other old business, Owen?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I entertain a motion to approve the claims. Moved. Second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion will carry. I need a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Second?
Second. Oh, not second.
You'll get a chance at the end of the council meeting. I'm sorry. Where are we at? I got a motion to adjourn.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion will carry. All rise for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Call to order here. Can I get a roll call of the Lawrenceburg City Council meeting for November 7th, 2016?
Member Tony Abbott.
Here.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member Mel Davis.
Here.
Member Randy Abner.
Here.
Member Paul Seymour Jr.
Here.
Police Chief Don Combs.
Here.
Fire Chief Johnny Tremaine.
Here.
EMS Director Bobby Mills.
Here.
City Attorney Dale Weldon.
Here.
Utility Director Olin Clausen.
Present.
Mayor Kelly Milan.
Here.
And myself.
Okay. I think it's supposed to be, need approval of meeting minutes from the previous meeting. Can I get a motion? Moved. Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Any announcements?
Yes, Your Honor. Just update.
Yes, sir.
Sidewalk patching, we're about 98% complete. As we spoke earlier in parks, the trees for downtown for round one are 100% complete. The blacktop patching, we're basically 95% complete.
Okay.
Walker Street is open. Should be totally completed within the next couple weeks.
Okay. Okay, good. All right, I got a couple of announcements. Just to let you know that something we're going to try this year, Main Street's sort of heading it up, but the merchants are getting on board with it and are going to we're going to have a booth at the Travel Boat Show down in Cincinnati in, is that February or March? January of 2017?
It's over 2 weekends.
Okay. And the reason for that, we wanted to get out and try to promote the events that we've been bringing down, they're bringing to Lawrenceburg, so we're going to try that this year and see how it goes, but also the booth that we're getting, we'll be able to use for other events and things like that, so just trying to get more people to come to our small little haven here and enjoy the events that we put on. So that's just for your information. Just so you know, the structure point will be coming within, next 2 weeks, Brian? Is that to present on the Riverfront project? They're going to, 2 to 3 weeks. They're getting costs put together on different phases, so you guys have an idea of the appetite of what things cost and what they look like. So they'll be presenting it to, we'll probably just make it a community-wide meeting, but with the emphasis, make sure the council's here and the council redevelopment and the committee, and then anyone else will be invited as well. And then you all have the updated meetings Carrie sent out to you. We got, don't forget this Wednesday, we got a meeting on the 9th at 5 o'clock for capital projects. And I will be contacting you because we need to get 2 meetings set up, one for the Speedway RFP to finish up and for the barge RFP. So just been a lot of stuff going on, a lot of meetings, so we...
What day do we don't have a meeting so I can get a full day of work in?
I understand. Sorry, Tony. I understand. We can start meeting on Saturday.
I work Saturdays.
Okay. But anyway, that's what I've got. Committee reports, I'll go to the fire chief first, though, Johnny Tremaine.
Everybody should have a copy of runs for October. Like I said in Board of Works, 71 calls for October.
Okay.
Also, I requested favorable recommendation from the Board of Works. I would like the council's blessing for me to use some donation money to partner up with Greendale for a Christmas banquet at the Event Center on the 16th of December. I know what it's cost as Lawrenceburg Fire Department, so we're going to cut it in half.
Okay.
It's not gonna be an open checkbook. I would say somewhere around $2,500, $3,000.
Okay. Can I get a motion out of this board to accept the request from Johnny to do the Christmas banquet for the, in conjunction with Greendale's Fire Department?
I'll make the motion.
Second? Second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion will carry. Thank you. Anything else, Johnny?
No.
Okay.
Get the other one.
Please.
Need to do the doors.
Yeah, I got those.
They're on, old.
They're down here on their old business here. Police Chief Donnie Combs?
Thank you, Mayor. I would ask the approval for from the council that I can start researching for 2 cars that we need for 2017 for a favorable addition from the Board of Works. We're going to do this locally. This is for the 2017 year budget that's been approved already.
But it's already been it's budgeted for next year in your capital. Yeah, you're just wanting permission to start the process, just knowing that we can't spend the money till 17. Okay.
What do we do with the old vehicles, Donnie? I know they used to auction them off.
I think they're still doing that, Tony.
They are.
We keep, I think, a total of 3 pool cars that we need, and then the others are auction.
Tony, it's, I got Carl and well, Jimmy Gaines is one of his last hurrahs before he retires. They're going through everything over there at the garage that is able to be auctioned, is going to get auctioned.
Years ago with the old police vehicles, they would come from New York, Chicago, everywhere down here to buy them as cabs.
Wow.
They got a different chassis to them or something.
You want to start a cab
chassis.
company, or?
Not me. But they'd be here from all over the place trying to buy them.
Cab talk.
Yeah, keep the cab talk out. Roy's got enough trouble.
So you just want, you want in the form of a motion, or you want?
Form of a motion, yeah, if I can start the process.
Okay. I need a motion then to give Police Chief Don Combs the authority to go ahead and start the process for looking for the 2 squad cars for 2017.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Anything else, Chief?
Yes, as I had mentioned, the Board Works, our SOPs are completed finally. It's being looked at with our attorney. I'll get these on like a flash drive and give it to the council before the next meeting in 2 weeks, so I can get approval.
Okay. Anything else?
We've just been continuing our continuing training through the end of the year. We're doing that. We got a big one in November and in December. We had an active shooter training. Officer Walker did a real nice job at South River Middle School this past weekend, and we're just continuing to do our events. Halloween went really well. We had extra patrol out there. It cost us nothing, so things should just move right along.
Good. All right. EMS Director, Bobby Mills? Okay. Streets, alley, and curbs, Aaron Cook?
Yeah, I have a few things here, Mayor.
All right.
The first one is I just want to check and see where we are with the street sweeper schedule. I've had a few people still contacting me about their schedule for their roads.
And I wish Carl was still here, but I asked about that the following day when you brought it up the last meeting.
Yeah.
And he says that they're following the schedule. Where it gets haphazard is when people don't have their cars moved.
Yeah, that's my thing. They don't know when to move them because they don't know when the schedule is.
Well,
I don't even know what the schedule is on my street.
Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah. I know the signs are on Walnut Street, but they said they don't do it at that time down there by the townhouses. I don't know where the signs are on my street even.
I think they started to. I see some folks from the townhouses are here tonight. The problem was we couldn't get all the cars moved.
Oh.
Then the other problem was teachers from St. Lawrence, they would literally get there before the sweeper would.
Okay. Is there any way we can make up a list or anything? Because if it is, I can just give them the list. And, your street gets done on Mondays at 7:30 or whatever,
Yeah, if that's what, they want that much detail?
No, I don't know what to tell them when they call.
Yeah, heck yeah. We'll get you some. Let me get a note down here. Steve, you want to
I just wanted to comment on that because that was one of my reasons for being here. If there's no,
Sir, can you come to the podium, please?
oh, yes.
Thank you.
My name's Steve Leland. I live at the townhouses. I've worked for 5 years since I've been here to try to get our streets clean because nobody wants to move. Most of them do, but we've had a lot of new people that don't know what the rules are and they don't pay any attention to the signs. The signs are outdated anyway. It says, there's 2 signs. It says 2-hour parking only. That's antique. That's when there were businesses there. That should be eliminated because people park there all day long. The other side is Monday and Friday from, I think, 6 to 7 or something like that.
Okay.
And now they've started to move on Mondays and Thursdays with no notification, no change of signs. So the signs need to be changed. And our street doesn't need to be cleaned 2 times a week. So that's kind of ridiculous. It could be swept
I'm
every 2
listening
weeks.
to you there, Steve, but I get calls from other people, they want it done 3 times. It's just crazy.
And those 2-hour signs, those 2-hour parking signs might be there in your favor that doesn't have, so somebody doesn't park there all day long that doesn't
Well, we
live there.
do. I park there all day long.
You got the barber shop across the street, and there's a construction
No,
company across the
I'm
street.
talking about just in our area. You gotta do it within the areas.
Steve?
We're residents.
Don't those folks have parking in the rear?
Yes, we do, but it's more convenient for some of us.
Sure.
I'm gonna turn 70 and my wife has problems walking and it's easier to park in front and walk up 5 steps instead of a big staircase.
So Steve, it's going back to what Mr. Cook said, a written schedule and updated signs would, and they stick to it, would be.
I think that would be sufficient, but the last thing is, what do you do if somebody's still parking there?
Well, outside of
You don't
citing
ticket
them.
anybody. Nobody has ever been ticketed. And I know one resident that will not move, ever.
They used to give out tickets.
If I don't have a problem if we get the schedule, I mean, I'll go and knock on their door and hand it to them. I mean, if there's people that's not moving, if I get the schedule and say, here, try to move your cars during this time, I don't have a problem doing that.
Well, I mean, we can say, we can cite them.
Well, yeah.
Just,
Well, yeah, I know. I just think something a little stronger has to be done. It worked a couple of years ago, or when I talked to Aaron, everybody moved their vehicles, but then, since then, we've had new
move in
people
and
come
out,
in.
and-
We've
yeah,
got 4
I
new
get it.
residents, and the one resident still won't move her car, so I'm sorry I used the
I get it.
female part.
We will, we'll get a written schedule then, Aaron. A written schedule, and if we have to change signage, we will. And we'll talk to Ronnie about sticking to the schedule. And if he runs into issues, people not moving their cars, maybe we'll give him a warning. Go from there.
Do whatever you can, but again, you don't need to sweep the streets 2 times a week.
Well, it's a whole lot cheaper to fill that truck up than it is to clean it out when it gets down in the storm sewer. So anytime we can have that truck moving, we're saving money. Oh, yeah. And talk to this guy right here.
I'm an engineer and I can't figure that one out.
Well, when it gets to the storm sewer and it lays in there, it's a whole lot more expensive.
Oh, okay,
to
I
get
got you,
out.
I got you, I got you.
So we're ahead of the game. If he wants to make an extra effort to clean the streets, we need to let him clean them.
I would agree with that.
I'm sorry, that you made a good point. I forgot about the
All
sewers,
right.
so
So we'll get you that, Aaron.
work on that. Thank you.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons I came here tonight.
No problem, Steve.
Thank you.
Anything else, Aaron?
Yeah, a few more. The other thing, most of these have to do with, 3 of these have to do with the alley behind the dollar store.
Okay.
The first one is, 2 people call me saying that cars are going the wrong way. It's supposed to be a one-way, and they're going the wrong way.
On the alleyway?
Yeah. Is that a one-way?
No, it's a two-way alley.
Two-way, okay. I didn't know which way was the right way, that's why I was...
Going in reverse.
Because I've went both ways. Okay. All right, so... in the same alley there, I guess at 215 West Center, when they put the alley in, the city told them that they'd restore their property to the same or better than it started. Well, the city took down their back fence, but never put their fence back, a fence back up.
215.
Yeah, that's, Don and Barb Waller. They have,
So we took the fence down?
that's what they said. You know
Check
where
on
that
that.
is in the back?
I don't
They
think
used to pull like sideways in when they pull, coming down the road, they'd pull their car in like,
Was that the house that got the concrete?
a little strip where it's like a little ramp, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll stop by and speak with them.
Yeah, for them. And then, I was gonna ask about the Coffin Burger on the same alley, but Mike's not here tonight, so I'll wait till next meeting for that. And then the last thing was, they took the speed bumps out in front of Central like 2 weeks ago. I've already got like 12, 15 calls about, what we can do to slow it down. They're talking about, they want lights and stuff, but I was wondering if the city could just put in the permanent speed bumps.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
How do you plow snow over those?
They do in Greendale, I don't
Doing
know.
Greendale, by the pool.
If we put
Well,
those in,
they don't know how in Greendale, because it's the first year for.
Yeah.
Well, they do it in Hidden Valley. They got them in Hidden Valley around the softball.
I don't know
park,
anything about it,
baseball
so.
parks.
if we put them in, Your Honor, I'd recommend the crosswalk speed bumps. In other words, they're almost 4 foot. they're
Well,
5 foot wide.
these are even wider than 4 foot, Mario. I think the ones out in Greendale are probably the best examples of them. If you want to go out there and look at them, I mean, it slows you down, but it doesn't jar you.
Because with those out from November till March, that's taking up half the school year that they aren't there. And it does make a big difference. I see it every day, like, people are already starting to pick up speed through there now. And that the crosswalk, the kids crosswalk right there. Whereas the other schools, you know, they have all the pull-ins, you know what I mean? Like the primary, and it's all off-street, the middle school, but this
Not
school.
a through street.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told them I'd bring that up if anybody wants to think about addressing that for the next meeting.
Can we look into maybe an alternate option? A comp? Whatever I was saying. Mario, can we get a versus permanent versus portable?
They're supposed to be good for snow plows and everything. I think the ones in front of the pool over there last year, Mayor, they added the ones to probably Greendale Lake.
Oh, really? I thought that was
Snowdale
first year.
Pond.
I could be wrong. Okay.
But I think by the pool, they've been there.
All right. Sorry about that. All right. Anything else, Aaron?
Yeah, that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Finance, Tony?
They all seem to be in order. I have one, Mr. Delmar's been awful busy.
Yes, sir.
I only got one good one.
Good. Parks and Playgrounds, Mr. Seymour?
Just a lot of good work going on. I think this council's committed to keeping more good work going on, so I'm pretty happy.
Okay. Fire Department, Randy?
I believe you, Johnny, had the pump testing done on all the trucks, and also the Halloween Sensation, which they assisted with, was looked like a real good success this year. So
Yeah.
other than that, that's all I have.
Good, okay. All right, new business, myself, local merchants event center assistance. Food for thought, guys. I get approached a lot about, we'd like to have more events, like to see more events down here at the event center. We've got, I know of 2 local merchants that want to host events here in Lawrenceburg, but cost comes into play, and it's sort of a barrier. I mean, the quilt show, for one, let's say, the first year the event center was open, came into town, I think may have had 2,500 people.
Them old ladies are walking all over on it in High Street. They brought a lot of people into town. Sounds kind of silly, quilt show, but it brings a lot of ladies to town.
Well, and what I wanted to bring up about that, last year she couldn't get a deal made with the folks. And when I went and I went down and talked to them as well about it, because I thought, we need to be helping out the merchants. If they can get a nice conference here for 2-3 days, we ought to, whatever we can do to try and help. Well, when it was explained to me, I understand what the issue is. It's a cost issue, but it's a cost issue for the event center because of the personnel that they have to hire to do some of those events and some of those jobs on the events. So this particular merchant had to go to Rising Sun. Her preference, of course, is up here because her store's right here. I'm going to throw this out, and then we got another merchant in town that would like to bring like a Comic-Con type event to town, but once again, it becomes a cost issue. What I would like to suggest and for you all to think about is we got some money in the budget next year that we could possibly use to help these local merchants bring these conferences to town, because what that does is two things. It brings these people, the foot traffic you're talking about, Tony, to the rest of the merchants and restaurants that we have. But also, I think it helps that merchant that's putting that on, what better advertising if you can do it in your own city.
So you want to invest in our local merchants, basically, right?
Exactly, and I'm just saying, I'm only thinking there might be 2 to 3 events a year that we may have to help with, because they got a lot of outlay of cash outside of what we would even help with. I mean, it's astronomical what some of these events that she told me it's going to cost her to put it on. So I just wanted you guys to think about it, and if you guys are interested, and maybe we help out, with we would, work directly with the event center and say we would pay up to a certain amount for their room rental or something. That would help defer the cost for these people that want to bring these conferences to town. Just an idea.
Now, did she already move it to Rising Sun?
No, she would, I told her to hold off.
Would that be this year she's doing it?
She could come back in 17.
In 17, okay.
Are we limiting this to Lawrenceburg, or are we doing it in Aurora or Cincinnati? Is it for everybody, or what we?
Well, I was, my original thought process was that, we take care of our local merchants, if we can.
We gonna define local as
Well,
just?
I think it could be county. Because, listen, anybody that brings people here, if it's countywide, it's good for us.
Yeah.
I mean,
Pat's got a question.
yes, ma'am?
While Pat's on her way up here, I agree with Tony. That was one of the biggest foot traffic shows I've seen
Yeah.
out of there, was that quote.
Oh, you got it, yeah.
It's amazing.
One thought that I've had, because, I've heard the same thing and obviously talked to the same person, but I think there are a lot of smaller shows that would come in here, but it takes a couple years to grow them. And, one of the thoughts that I had is kind of even beyond our local ones, because these small shows really make a big difference in the traffic down here. The merchants love them. And one of the thoughts I had is that maybe we put together a program, and maybe, Paul said countywide, maybe we work with the CVB and see if there's some kind of a program that if somebody agrees to bring a show in here and maybe doing it multiple years, the first year you help them with X amount, hopefully they grow it, the next year it's another amount, a smaller amount each year until they get on their feet. And that way, if you have these events coming back annually, that's sustained income for them and sustained foot traffic for us. It's just a thought that I had that maybe the CVB, if they have some funds available, might we might put together a cooperative program and obviously vet anybody who comes in. You don't want to just hand that to anybody and everybody who's got an idea, but somebody who comes in with a really good plan for a show, because that may be a way that we can get sustained shows here year after year.
Okay.
I think it's great. I think we've got a lot of momentum going on right now with our downtown, and it all goes through the event center. I think when you look at Cincinnati or Indianapolis, when when it's packed, all the restaurants and businesses are packed, you always say, well, what's going on downtown? And 9 times out of 10, it's something at their event centers or convention centers. So I think that's just building on that is a great idea.
And what I would ask is these people that want to do that, say the quilt, Vicky, she would come and present in front of you guys and say, hey, I need help with up to this for this event, and give you guys a chance to answer.
I'd like for them to come in, make a presentation, and then also they'd have to make a commitment to come back and tell us the gate.
Sure.
What kind of results we got from
I'd
what
love
we
to.
invested in.
All right, that sounds good. I just want, if I can share that with merchants, I'd like to be able to do that. That way we can maybe get that started.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Yeah, Dan?
I had a couple of thoughts I'd like to share with council. The quilter, she did 1,790 the first year and 2,600 the second year. It was the third year that she moved it down there. And one of the primary reasons, I know you talked to him, but the events manager is gone now, from the guy from Wisconsin that couldn't get the deal done the third year. I think she had expanded her program to include another hall and a big banquet that they weren't willing to eat, and I think they hit an impasse, and that's what drove it out of town. But I think she does want to come back. But to your second idea, rather than her helping the merchants create a show here, we don't have a very strong or very large merchant base here. They're good people, don't get me wrong, but there's not a strong base here. I'd rather see you have those dollars that are in the budget for next year that you could say to the casino sales department, maybe we could put an incentive package together for you to bring a group here and help augment them somewhat to bring an event here for an annual event. Because they have the people that call them all the time, so they have the source, but they don't really get behind offering any discounts over there. But if they had some sort of spark from the city to say, we want to encourage smaller groups to come here, let's give them an incentive for the first year to come here. If that doesn't work, I would take the next step and I would go to like a local area like Chicago and go to the Tourism Bureau and Convention Bureau in Chicago. Or there's 5 or 6 major companies that only handle associations, and they handle conventions and associations for smaller groups. Our convention center is considered to be a smaller market convention center. It's a wonderful facility, don't get me wrong, but we could make an incentive with those groups. There's organizations like Smith Buckland is a company. They have 500-600 associations that deal with. They have large corporations that have board meetings that we could deal with. So if we're going to use an incentive, let's use it the smart way, rather than trying to keep somebody here or bring somebody in that doesn't have the track record to know how to implement a convention. Because it takes a lot of money to start up a new convention. But the people that have done it before, they could really help us a lot. So if you're going to offer an incentive, I would say I think it's a great idea, first of all. I really, really like it. But let's take it a little step further, maybe.
With your idea part of it, basically all we would be doing would be having Hollywood help us with the...
Absolutely, that would be your first source.
Still go to them and still get the same...
Yeah, because that's our partner. I mean, that's our partner here. So, I mean, they have to have a source for this kind of thing. And they can work with Pat.
And I agree with that. I'm just saying, I don't think we want to lose our intimacy with our local merchants.
No, Mayor, I'm not going there at all.
No, what I'm saying, I think what Paul was thinking is we would send her to Hollywood, and then instead of coming to you guys and saying, hey, making a pitch for
Yeah, I don't
a
think...
little help.
I think
your idea would be in conjunction with.
Well, I don't think sending them to Hollywood would be any answer at all, because they probably already know some of the contacts at Hollywood, because they deal with them on lunches and everything else. I'm taking it a higher step than that. But if we had a half a dozen in the next 2 or 3 years, if we had a half a dozen to a dozen small groups to come back here to repeat,
Be nice.
the impact would be huge. And it takes something like this, and I was encouraged when I heard you bring this up, because you're thinking outside the box a little bit for encouraging conventions in downtown. We've kind of been waiting for 2.2 years for them to kick it off. Maybe they need help. because I'm not seeing it, you know, so, that's it.
Thanks, Dennis. All right, don't print that, Joe. Okay, so I'd just like you guys to consider, it, and if it's okay, I'll share it with the local folks, and then we'll carry it a step forward if we have to. I just want you guys to be prepared. Good. Okay, next one was community garden. A number of folks in the county and the surrounding area has approached me about being a partner in a community garden. And, for instance, the pastor of Northcutt, right back here at the Presbyterian Church, the pastor at Hemline, one of the biology teachers at Ivy Tech, the biology teacher at the high school, and a number of other folks, Mike Hornback at Purdue Extension. They would like us to just, they don't, you know, they're taking this thing and running with it. They just asked if we could maybe provide a piece of land for them to get started on, and
We have some land that we can't use right at the end of High Street. Too small to build a house on, right there by the railroad tracks.
okay, they asked me about a land that was a little more central. That's what they're asking. And they were asking me about this piece right here by the railroad tracks, right by the church, in the back parking lot here. Now, what I did say to them is, you know, if you guys were wanting to be a partner in this, and because these community gardens would be built, they're talking about building them where they could be movable. You know, if they're not going to, it's not going to be, you know, you build the boxes and stuff or whatever.
I've seen them like that.
So if we get somebody that wants to purchase this land and build some nice whatever, we could do that and we would find them another spot. I mean, but I just didn't know how you guys would want to.
Well, I think that maybe we could do two of them. That land down there sits and all we do is cut grass on it. It isn't big enough for a park. Let somebody take it over as a community garden. Let that neighborhood run it as a community garden.
Well, like I said, we're not going to be the managers of this. I just told them that we might be able to help them out with the real estate piece.
Do we have to fence it in?
I don't think so. And we're going to let them, they've got all this research, they've talked to these people in Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky that are already doing these community gardens, and they're really going to it. I didn't want you guys to start hearing about something and not know what they're talking about.
If it's not fenced in with music on the rivers up here, it'd be like a free-for-all.
Oh, that's true, you're right. Grab me a tomato on the way out, you know? But anyway, we can talk to them about real estate, and I'll keep you guys abreast on what's going on. Mel, I'll take them down to that piece of property, too. Okay, and then the next thing is the alley renaming. I wanted to bring it back in front of council that we've already talked about earlier tonight and with the Board of Works. I guess what I'm looking for is a motion to have permission for the alley behind Dollar Store to be named Mabel Turner Alley.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that motion will carry. Thank you. The next item is the job vacancy that was, we asked permission that Board of Works to post internally for general foreman / building commissioner. I'll ask for a motion to post that internally.
I'll make the motion to post it.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion will carry. I'm done. Del Weldon / Tyler Rainey, amendment to the rainy day ordinance.
Thank you, Your Honor, and council will find in their packets an ordinance which amends our local code, which puts us in line and puts us in compliance to mirror the state statutes as they relate to the rainy day fund. So this is rather boilerplate, as opposed to discretionary, and this just gets us in line with where the city should be in terms of the language for a rainy day fund and its permissible uses. So this is something that would be more akin to what everyone in the state has. What I'd like to do, I suppose, is just read it once through and then open it up for comments and questions, and then after that, ask for a vote. And what number is this?
It's number 20.
Number 20. Jiminy Crickets.
I think we ought to go along with this, that the dormant funds.
Yes.
This came up during the budget process from Reedy. We got quite a few dormant funds. Tyler and I and well, Brittany, John, talked to Reedy about, and their advice was a lot of these funds have never been utilized or haven't been utilized in many years, and nobody knows what they were in there for. So the idea was you go out and you call these funds dormant, and these funds could then be transferred into the rainy day fund and used for any lawful purpose. So that's just an addition to that, but go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor, and the mayor's right, and this is really a product of the great work that was done on the budget and an opportunity to take a look at the way our funds are structured, which I think is very necessary. So we'll just do one at a time. So ordinance number 20-2016 is going to be ordinance amending section 36.34 of Title 3, Chapter 36 of Lawrenceburg Code of Ordinances, whereas the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg has the authority pursuant to its statutory and home rule powers to amend to ordinance, and whereas the Common Council now determines the rainy day fund ordinance number 8-2010 adopted February 16, 2010 is amended by ordinance number 25-2014 adopted November 17, 2014 should be amended, and now therefore be it ordained by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg that the ordinance under the Lawrenceburg Code of Ordinances, Title 3, Chapter 36, entitled Rainy Day Fund, numbered section 36.34 to read as follows. Deletions are in strikeout face type and additions are in bold face type. Section 36.34, Rainy Day Fund, A, the city shall and does hereby establish a rainy day fund in accordance with Indiana Code 36-1-8-5.1 is amended from time to time. B, the fund is being established due to the city receiving an excess COIT distribution from the state. C, at any time of the year, the fiscal officer may determine the amount, if any, of the unused and unencumbered funds available to be transferred to the rainy day fund, which transfer may not exceed more than 10% of the city's total budget for that fiscal year, and make a recommendation to the mayor and common council. D, the funds on deposit in the rainy day fund may be used for the operation of the city and its various departments when the city does not have sufficient levies or funds to pay such costs, including but not limited to personal services, supplies, other services and charges, debt service, capital outlays, and similar expenditures. E, the city may at any time transfer money that has been deposited into the rainy day fund by ordinance to its general fund or any other appropriated funds of the city. F, which was formerly C, this fund is subject to the same appropriation process as other funds that receive tax money, shall be spent when necessary with the approval of city council.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to accept the first reading of ordinance number 20-2016.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Suspend the
ordinance, yeah.
I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules in order to read ordinance number 20-2016 by title only. Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Please read second reading.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ordinance number 20-2016, ordinance amending section 3634 of Title 3, Chapter 36 of Lawrenceburg Code of Ordinances.
I need a motion to accept the second reading of ordinance number 20-2016.
So moved.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Need a motion to suspend the rules and read the third and final reading of ordinance number 20-2016 by title only.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ordinance number 20-2016, ordinance amending section 3634 of Title 3, Chapter 36 of Lawrenceburg Code of Ordinances.
All right, I need a motion to accept the third and final reading of ordinance number 20-2016.
So moved.
Second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I will now read the first reading of ordinance 21-2016. Again, this is, as the mayor instructed, this is a dormant fund ordinance to declare these certain funds dormant. This gives us the ability to close these funds out, transfer money into the dormant fund or the general fund as necessary. Ordinance number 21-2016, City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, ordinance declaring dormant funds and transferring balances to rainy day. Whereas the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Indiana authorizes the clerk treasurer to close certain dormant funds and transfer the balances therein to the rainy day fund in the manner prescribed by Indiana Code 36185. And now, therefore, be it ordained by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg that the following funds be declared dormant, and the balances, if any, be transferred to the rainy day fund, balance subject to change based on interest accrued, police tow fund, NR Police Activity Fund, MDF Special Sewage Fund, Remedial Flood Control Fund, Remedial Flood Control Fund number 273 versus number 272 in the prior line, NR Drug Buy Program Fund, Lawrenceburg Conservancy District Escrow Fund, NR Self-Insurance Disaster Fund, LCD Levy Project Fund, Seymour Grant Fund, NR Capital Improvements Park Fund, Event Center Hollywood Fund, NR Industrial Park Fund, NR Cumulative Equipment Fund, Worker Training Fund, NR Redevelopment Escrow, and a grand total of funds would be $2,729,287.47.
Okay, I need a motion to accept first reading of ordinance number 21-2016.
Moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I need a motion to suspend the rules and read ordinance number 21-2016 by title only. Second?
Second it.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion will carry. Please read the second reading of ordinance number 21-2016.
Ordinance number 21-2016, City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, ordinance declaring dormant funds and transferring balances to rainy day.
All right, I need a motion to accept the second reading of ordinance number 21-2016.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Need a motion to suspend the rules. Read the third and final reading of ordinance number 21-2016.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
This is so stupid.
Oh, I know.
We gotta come up with a better way. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Please read the third and final reading, and no ordinances next meeting.
Yes, sir. Ordinance number 21-2016, City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, ordinance declaring dormant funds and transferring balances to rainy day.
I need a motion to accept the third and final reading of that ordinance number 21-2016.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And I will say, Your Honor, just finally, in all seriousness, these prior two ordinances are really the result of a lot of hard work by the Clerk Treasurer's Office, the Mayor, and also Reedy and Umball, our advisors. These are great positive steps with our finances, which is one of our key motivations. So I think it's excellent that we're doing this.
All right. I think we need to bring up the 3 Mile Ridge and this point and get it okay by council.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and what I'll do is I'll just read the resolution. If there are any questions, we can field those, and if not, we'll just have a vote. This is resolution number 2016-5, joint resolution of the Common Council and Utility Board of the City of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, to accept and assume the roadways, utilities, 3 Mile Ridge condominium development. I'll just read that by title.
I need a motion. Motion to accept resolution number 2016-5.
Second.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Under old business, I just wanted to bring up the one topic I have is the parking garage. I asked earlier in the year to look at ways to turning that into an asset rather than a liability monetarily. And I'm pleased to announce I think we're there. And I would like permission to end the contract with Tri-State by year's end. And what we have commitments from is Dearborn County Hospital to pay parking, Ivy Tech, which already does, in-kind security agreement with the DoubleTree to do security at night. And then we will take care of security during the day. I've talked with Chief Combs about that, and we'll continue to do the maintenance and the upkeep like we already do now. It's been a long time. We're trying to get all that taken care of, but
Your Honor, did UCB, do they still have spots there, or?
I don't know if UCB, I've never seen their agreement.
I think so.
They do.
Do they?
Yeah.
I can talk with them as well. Thank you, I didn't know that, but I will talk with them.
And I do want to say on that issue, just for the record, the action is really no action. The contract does expire on the 27th day of December. It requires 60-day notice of non-renewal, which we gave them as a matter of course. So really, it's just, the contemplation is that we're just not entering into a new contract with them. Their current contract runs out.
And the whole idea, I think, then, I mean, because we talked about this earlier too, but if a nonprofit wants to, if there's a concert Friday night, and if a nonprofit wants to come in and run the, do the garage and park people, I'm sure, we'd ask them to get permission from us prior, but that'd be a good way to help those folks out as well.
Can we get a little outline on what it'll do for us?
Yes, I will. I'll have a better idea. I'll have it to you by the end of the year. I can certainly do that.
What
Paul.
about the maintenance on it, janitorial wise, the cleaning of it, daily cleaning? Will we be doing that, or are we gonna?
We generally, you're right, we will be doing that. We might be able to get something, I think there's a couple employees that are currently there that might want to enter an agreement or something with it for that. I don't know how we'll be able to do that.
I would recommend we look into getting a little sweeper then, the little mobile sweepers.
Like a Roomba?
Then you gotta get everybody to move our cars.
A lot of sweeping.
Tony can do it on Sunday.
We'll have to look at that piece of it, but the maintenance wise, though, Tony, we'll continue to do like we do now. But
There is something else I think we need to address on that parking garage that I'd like to see. We've talked about it an
Signage.
awful lot.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see us get some directional signage and a nice sign on the Walnut Street side of Ivy Tech, because every time I go up to one of the events, the streets are full.
You're good, you're right.
So if we can get somebody in charge of getting some drawings.
We have some in place.
Yeah, that's right, for directional for parking and stuff, through town.
Nice big
Directional
old
parking.
arrow with an arrow on it.
And
Just
a
like
blade
down
sign. I
the
think Pat may have copies in her file too. I actually have some also.
All I have is you come down to the studio, or I don't know that I have it visually, but I can
You guys can clear out something you'd like for a sig right before we'd vote on it.
Yeah, because I think with Casey and with Judge Johns, a lot of people drive the wrong way on that street, and a lot of people park in those spots back there. They don't realize that those belong to those guys.
Right.
Those are their spots.
That's their parking, isn't it, back there?
Thank you.
Oh, you're right, we can do that.
It's kind of hidden.
All right, well, I'll get you that spreadsheet too on what this will do financially, so you guys have a better pulse of it too. Let's see here. So I guess I just need a motion to, that you guys are in agreement to end the agreement with Tri-State Parking. Just need a motion.
I'll make the motion to not pick up the contract with Tri-State Parking.
All right, second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Johnny Tremaine, replacement garage door quotes. I think we got a favorable from Board of Works.
I'll go ahead and give everybody a thing. Parking garage, we did complete the wash down of it, just touching back on it. We used almost 10,000 gallons, took about 12 hours, and the drains don't handle the water.
Didn't go through the sewer either, did it?
We had a sweeper, may not have done that.
The drains won't support the
right.
water very well, so.
Okay, You guys have all heard the quotes that John brought forward?
What I just give you, I give to the Board of Works also, is just an example of where we're coming from and where we're going. Current full glass windows, single pane, not very efficient. We want to go to a insulated door. The initial thought was number 2, very limited windows, but then we do have a nice firehouse, so, you know, it was recommended to go with the 2-panel in the front, 1 panel in the back. So the quotes that you all have, I tried to outline, and I added what I needed to, what they had cost out separately. So, but still all about doors. I don't know if I touched on it earlier. They're from Aurora. I mean, actually, they rebuilt the door, which we won't have to rebuild any more doors, I hope. So, the total cost for them are, you know, this is a quote. I mean, it's going to flux, but and not a lot. So, is $39,810, and basically, Jerry was here tonight, and he told me he wants his doors on our building. I mean, that's why it's so cheap. So, I'd like to get the approval to move forward. Money was budgeted, and I think by the time this all gets processed, we'll be in next year's anyway to pay for it. So, just like the approval to go ahead with this.
Get it before it turns cold.
Yeah. What's that 5%? What's everybody have, 5% price increase? That's
Yeah.
first year.
Right. Okay, I need a motion to accept the quote from All About Doors. Is that the name of the company, All About Doors? For the replacement garage doors for the Lawrenceburg Fire Department.
I'll make the motion.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Thank you. The next items are the change orders that were passed on from Board of Works. I'll take them one at a time. I need a motion to accept the streetscape improvement change order. If I can get a motion.
So moved.
Second? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion will carry. Next one is the Walker Avenue rehab. I'll entertain a motion to accept that change order.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. And the third and final one is the Lawrenceburg Greendale Connector Trail Design changeover. I'll entertain a motion.
I think it was tabled.
I thought that was tabled.
Table on
That's
that.
right, I'm sorry. Well, we don't have to do that one. It's already, it was tabled. We're okay. All right, any other old business from you guys up here?
I do, Mayor, very briefly. I just wanted to update council. Even though it's a technically redevelopment issue, we are going to be looking at the Edenburg with some of the rules and regulations, and that's been brought up before. I know you guys are aware of it. We discussed it a little bit at the last council meeting. So at Monday's redevelopment meeting, I would encourage any council member that wishes to have input. Tony will already be here and Mel, but as to the Edenburg and proposing any changes that might be necessary, just because it's been a while since those were reviewed, and I've been reviewing them along with Judy. Things are going well, but they could use a couple tweaks, and we're going to propose those on Monday with redevelopment.
Okay. All right.
I've got one question. All right.
Yes, sir.
Is there some way we can get an update on the loan lawsuits? I haven't heard nothing about them for a while. What step are we in there, or part of the process?
Yeah, we can.
Hasn't really changed much, but we can get you an update.
Yeah, just generally, and it's public record, you know, we're in, we've only got 2 loans that are in litigation, you know, it's the same 2. One of those loans, it's in foreclosure, is in bankruptcy. That's public knowledge as well, public record as well. So that's general, and that hasn't changed in terms of generalities, but I can provide specifics too. At an executive session would be most appropriate.
Okay.
So, or privately as well. You know, you guys can always call me. I can let you know where we are.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else under old business? All right, I'll entertain a motion to accept the claims.
So moved.
I'm sorry, let's do the comments from, we can go ahead and get the, give me a second on the claims.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion will carry. Comments from the audience? There you go. Yes, sir?
I'm back again with the utilities. We signed a contract back in, I believe it was July of 2015, to make payments back to the utility company. We was under the impression it was up for 18 months. If you do the math on the contract, I forwarded it to Dell this morning because I talked to Dell. He said I need to come to the meeting to discuss it. If you do the math, it's 18 payments. I talked to Richard Butler, who wrote up the contract, and the date does say November 15th of this, or November of this year, which it should actually be January. So I asked him why he thought it was that way, and he said a typo. That's all I've got on that. So I don't know if there's a way to correct that, but we have been making our payments. Just want to ask for the term that we thought we were getting.
So you're saying, Mr. Shelton, that the original intent was that would be 3 more months to fully pay everything off?
Yeah.
So 18 months total?
Yeah, 18 months total, what we initially agreed upon. But we got a letter, what brought this up, so we got a letter Saturday from Mr. Clausen saying that we was going to be owed the rest of it in full November 15th, which he was reading off that contract, which I can show you, it's right here. This is the day we signed it. Do the math on that number, divide it by that, brings it down to 18 months. So that's what we was looking at. This here just got past all of us, I guess. The actual payment date.
The date.
The final date, yeah.
So you need the date to go beyond the November 15th.
Yeah,
It
we'll
goes
continue making payments.
till January 15th?
Okay. Whatever, yeah, just to finish it up.
We paid our current bill and we are making payments on the back billing.
Okay.
And it'll all be paid just in January?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's it.
Any comments up there?
A couple of things. Contrary to the agreement that you've got, Mr. Shelton, there's been 3 occasions where you've missed the payments.
Yes.
And those balances have been carried forward. So out of a courtesy to you, I sent that letter to make you aware of the terminus date on this contract and the amount that was still owed. So that's why I sent that.
So you're saying we're still owing full in November?
No, this issue you're talking about now, and bear in mind, I was unaware that you were going to be here tonight. No one had the courtesy of letting me know until after my staff had left.
Well, it happened Saturday. What time did I call you?
So I'm just saying.
Back at like noon.
I'm just saying that, so forgive me for not having all the documentation in front of me.
All right.
But what I could pull up, there were 3 occasions where you made no payment at all during the course of the year towards the back bill. And so that got carried forward.
I'm not
What
certain.
month did we not make a payment?
Yeah, we have our bills here.
October 16th, no payment was made.
October, we did
Um,
make, that,
June.
I will say that we did make a late payment, but it was paid in October.
June
And we
2nd,
received a phone call that said that our electricity would be disconnected the next day. A phone call, not a letter.
no, that's correct. You did receive a phone call.
Get a
And then I
courtesy call,
received-
everyone does.
Yeah.
I received this letter on Saturday that says, upon looking through our records, we have realized that your repayment agreement is due on November 15th, 2016, which our contract does state that. But as we've said,
Typo.
it's a typo. And we have all agreed on 18 months. You agreed with the meeting with Mayor Milan and Del Weldon, the attorney.
What I've agreed to is what is in the contract. And I will remind you that a meeting with the mayor and the city attorney does not constitute a meeting for this utility contract. It's the utility board. So I just want to make you understand that some meeting that you have that I'm not participating in, or some meeting outside of this board.
You did participate
In
in
one
the
of the
meeting.
meetings I did. But obviously, there's been other conversations, other meetings that I have not been a part of.
Nothing to drills. If you're insinuating that I had a separate conversation about the contract, that's incorrect.
Well, what I'm saying is,
And if I refer
What I'm
back to
saying
the
is-
meeting that we had with you, you also guaranteed all of us in the meeting that everyone got 18 months. And we have shown factual that that is not true either. And we have paper documentation that the city attorney and the mayor are well aware of also.
24 to 48 months, and we have it.
what I'm speaking of is the fact that people are aware that you're going to be here tonight, and I'm not.
I wasn't either.
You're the only one I told on, and for everyone's benefit, I guess, for discussing it, Mr. Shelton texted me and asked if he could call, and of course he can. You know, I want to make sure it's an open forum for everyone. I called him back around noon. We talked about this issue a little bit, and I said, you know, there's a meeting tonight. You're always welcome to come. I couldn't promise him any resolution because, as the mayor stated, you know, we haven't had any other meetings that didn't involve you. I didn't even let Kelly know, to be honest with you, which the only person I let know in advance was you, Olin. I stopped in and told you about it. Because I was getting ready for the unsafe building hearing.
Last meeting we had when we was all upstairs, and that was the last time I've had any
You
text.
see this will be paid off in January?
Yes,
January.
we are making the payments, and we are paying our current bill on top of that.
We should have done this at the utility board meeting.
We should have
Well-
this 8 months ago, Bill.
I agree with that,
Thank
Paul.
you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul, very much. And while we're getting into this, can I get one more question answered that's been eating at me for a long time? Mel, when this went down in 2011, you remember our conversation when you called me in and asked me in the office? I just want a yes or no.
Listen to me. The State Board of Accounts took these accounts over. They're a bigger authority than I am.
I have letters saying other than, I have letters.
We have emails
Yeah,
saying
we
that
have
too,
emails
that
saying
that's
other than
not
that.
Now,
factual.
your accounts are going to be paid off in January,
Yes, I have a question.
then I don't see a problem with letting them pay off.
Is it legal to turn my electric off while I am paying a current bill and making payments? As long as I am making a payment towards my electric, can you turn my electric off?
Ma'am, you said that you made that payment late though, right?
In October.
Okay, in October. Okay, and that's when you
But I
get the phone
have the
call.
list of payments here that I
Well,
make every
that's no
month.
different than anybody. If they don't pay their bill by a certain date, they get a phone call, courtesy call saying it will be shut off. That's just reminding them to come down and pay it before, and that's usually on a Friday. Am I right or
Well,
wrong?
I also have receipts here
I'd like a chance
too.
to answer that question.
When I come in and pay,
Yeah.
and usually it's, I think Dale that takes my payment, and I get a paper receipt, and it will say, I have several on my thing, and it'll say I paid January 11th at 9:53 in the morning. And then you print this out, and it'll say I paid January 13th or 14th. So you're not processing it on the day I pay either.
And we're getting penalties.
So if I come in on the 15th, the day my bill is due, I'll come in and I pay it on the 15th. You don't process it on the 15th. You're processing it on the 16th or 17th, and then you're charging me a penalty when I was here the day it was due. And the paper receipt shows that, but your accounting here shows that it was late.
I think if you're...
So it's not matching.
Let me finish. I think if you would bring that receipt in and say, look, I paid on the 15th, I think that late fee would be taken off.
Well, we just discovered it on the way down here tonight.
Well, I think you need to check your bills.
So I have several, and so that's
Please
for
let me
all of
finish.
you here.
Please let me finish, okay? Check your bills. The late fee on there, and you have a receipt that says you paid on time. March right down here, and they'll take it off.
I think everybody should check their
Okay.
bills.
And back to my question, can you legally turn my electric off?
I don't know.
My bill is due the 15th, and I have this letter that's saying it will be, please remit them out by November 15th to avoid disconnection on November 16th.
And in all fairness, I think tonight, as with any public meeting, is an opportunity for us to hear and to listen. An answer like that, we can't give you right now, obviously, but we do want to honor.
You
I
can't
can
tell me
take- I
whether
can
it's
take
legal
a-
to turn my electric off?
I don't know the answer to that, but
I'm one day
What I-
late?
What I would like to refer you back to is the
24
second
hours?
paragraph of the contract that we have with you. It says, "We understand that failure to keep this agreement will result in disconnection of my service without further notice." So that means if you fail any portion of this agreement, that without further notice, we turn you off. But contrary to that, when you didn't pay your bill, even your current bill or the back bill, and you were called and told about that, I did not have them disconnect you. I had 120 customers on that cutoff list, many of those who were turned off, many of those who were assessed a reconnect fee, but different from them, I did not turn you off. You can keep back here.
And Bill, one thing I know, I'm not sure, maybe you'll look answer better, but in the beginning, I don't know where yours fell in like the lineup of where they were discovered, but the State Board of Accounts gave us the 18-month deadline, and then some point it changed. You remember that? That was like a year or two ago.
So, when we initially discovered the 6 or 7 accounts that we dealt with, State Board of Accounts said, we want to come back in and do an audit of the utility accounts, and we want all of these things to be resolved. So when we do the next audit, we want these things to be resolved. Well, as it turns out, we found many more things, several $100,000 worth of things. When State Board of Accounts came back in, they said, there's no way that anybody can correct these things, and this is, mind you, 5 or 6 months later, okay? 5 or 6 months later than yours and the original few. They said, there's no way that you can accomplish this within the time frame that we've given you. So we are no longer going to require a certain time frame. So the conditions changed, they were fluid. So the agreements that we had early on were all the same, and they were directed by State Board of Accounts in that manner. The ones that came later, they were different because the circumstances were different.
That's true, and I believe you, that's true. How come you told Dell and the mayor that it was 18 months and you don't remember anything like that? That's pretty big to be. I think I would remember that if the State Board of Accounts told me that, all right, here's your terms, and you can't remember that?
So you don't forget anything? You didn't pay your entire bill in 3 different months?
I think again tonight's best use.
You don't forget things?
To lesson.
I deal with 4,000 utility accounts.
You know better, Owen.
No, I deal with 4,000 utility accounts. This is a complex issue.
Moved. Second.
Did we get to
I'd like to make
January?
one comment. We need to put this thing to rest. This is bad for the community.
Not gonna happen tonight.
No, it's not, but this is a good example of what we don't want. We got a guy here that I think has done a lot of good work, but we also got quite a few people that aren't happy. Somehow or another, guys, we gotta end this. We made some mistakes, and we gotta own up to them, and we asked for a mediator 8 months ago. I'm tired of waiting on it. I want it, and I want it quick, I want it done.
It's next week.
All right.
Bill, I can promise you about the 18 months, because I talked to State Board of Accounts myself during that time period. That is true about that.
It is next week.
The 18 months.
Get to January to pay this?
We can't make that decision. Owen, are you on giving January? We can't make this
Look,
decision.
I'm willing to do a lot of things, but the first step that needs to happen, Bill, is you need to call me, and you need to come in and talk to me about the issues.
That never works out very well.
You never try it.
I have tried.
No, you've never called me to come in and sit down with me and talk about the issues. One occasion you did, very early on. Every time other than that, you talk to everyone but me. You need to come into my office and sit down with me and explain to me where you're at, let me talk with you about where I'm at, and come to terms on what we can do. I am a malleable person, but when you don't talk to me, I don't have a say in what's happening.
That's why I'm here tonight.
Okay, so will you speak with Owen, come in and speak with Owen, and see about getting the extension till January? And if you like, somebody else can be there.
Dell will be there.
I'll be there.
No, Dell.
There's a motion on the floor.
Yeah. Can I get a second
And
to adjourn?
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor?
Let's get this.
Opposed? He's gonna talk, Dell's gonna be with him.
You are willing to meet with
Okay,
him?
Billy?
Okay, good.
All right.
Aye.